Oh yeah, well this stream is cooked. I definitely did not mean to show the I went to the wrong scene, bro. Oh my gosh, man, trying to fix stuff and things get all messed up and get all wacky. Hopefully they didn't hear those sounds, so they may not get me. Oh no, man. Hopefully the sound working now. I don't know if the sound's working. Thank you. You said there we go, but I think I might have messed up something again. I don't know, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Hey, brethren and sisters, boys and girls. Hermanos be hermanas, dudes and dudettes, kings and queens, and everything in between. Y'all know what time it is. Doctors in the house. I don't know if honestly don't know if even if like the horns or anything's working. No fight for the okay, thank you, bro. Thank you, thank you. Let me see if y'all hear the do y'all hear this horn? Let me shout out my brother Ty in the building. Bodega Ty in the building. New father to be in the building. Congratulations, bro. I don't know if you hear the roll call sound. I'm trying to see from my phone and see if I can hear it. We'll see, man. Because it's behind a little bit, so. Oh my gosh. Yes, sir. That was a pretty good fight. You don't hear it, right? Bro, yeah, it's just not working, bro. I think I know what to do, but they changed my settings, so I have to go back and individually change all of them again because they freak. Man, I don't know why they do that, bro. That joke's so annoying. Let's see, monitor. Listen, on monitor output. I don't even know. So not monitor off. There you go. Let's try that. Let's see. Let's see if you hear it now. Hopefully you hear it now. Man, jump crazy, bro. Just update the freaking thing, man. Don't change my settings. Keep folks on their toes. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Don't forget to smack that like button if you haven't done so already. Should be the first thing you do when you come through. I think you should hear the horn now. I think I just fixed it, but I got to go through and fix everything. Cause I actually I went back and watched the last live and I didn't know none of the animations were working. I know you told me, Ty, but I thought it fixed. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy, man. You know I couldn't miss a card in Nigeria. Yeah, I didn't hear it though. Let's see. I'm gonna play the horn again. Yeah. So anyway, we're watching it on. It's on the Talk Sport broadcast. It's also on the Zone. So whatever you want to tune in with, it's up to you. It's a little hot in here, man. I'm gonna have to go turn on the AC. It's a little hot. You still ain't hear the horn, huh? Oh yeah, I don't know what's going on then. Cause I still ain't hear the horn, so I guess no animations now. Yeah, nah, they play with no sound, bro. I didn't know that, bro. Yeah, so I got to go back and check the settings and stuff like that. Before we get to it and start complaining with the nonsense, let's go ahead and say our prayers, man, like we always do. Please join me and bow your heads. Like I don't know, that junk takes a little minute too to go back and change all of them, bro. It takes a little while. It's not like it's just like a one thing, one click fix all. But whatever, we'll figure it out. But please join me and bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for your blessings. Thank you for all that you've done for us, that you continue to do for us, Lord. I know sometimes we get lost in our dreams and focusing on what we don't have or what we're trying to accomplish, but let us also be thankful for the things that we do have and the things that you have got us through, whether situations or hardships or low times, or even just, just being appreciative and thankful that we're able to smell, and have our sense of sight, or hearing, or we could walk, have functional legs, functional arms, or let's be thankful for those things because there's a lot of people out there, unfortunately, that are less fortunate than us in certain regards, you know. And a lot of times we look always on the other side, always think the grass is greener, but you just never know what people are going through. So we want to be thankful for the blessings that you bestowed upon us. That way we can be ready and able to accept more blessings that you want to give us, Lord. So whenever we're appreciative of what we have, you always tend to give us more. So please let us continue to be happy, be strong, and be appreciative, and be grateful, and give you all the glory through Jesus' name. Amen. 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 They play with no sound is crazy, dog. Like, yeah, I gotta go look into that and see. It has to be that they changed my settings. That's the only thing else, because like my mic is still working, and which is kind of weird. They didn't change that setting, but they changed my settings on the other stuff. But whatever, it's all good. We're gonna figure it out like we always do. So that's how we do, you know. I want to see if this works right here though. I'm gonna play the one time for the ladies real quick. I don't think it works though, but let's try it. Let me see one time for the lady. Where's it at, bro? One time for the ladies. Let's see if this one will work. See, it came through for me, but I don't think it came through for y'all. It came through for me because it should be on monitor and output. Let's try monitor and mute output. I'm gonna try to play it again now. Let's see. Let's see if it works, man. Let's see if it works, man. I don't think y'all heard it though, huh? Nope, I didn't hear it on my end. I'm gonna try to play it again. I can only fix it when it's live too, so. It still ain't play, huh? I don't know then. I don't know. Yo, shout out to my brother Pat Bandero, man. I can't play the horn for you because it's not working. I'm playing it on my side, but y'all can't hear it. So shout out to my brother Pat Bandero. He says, Doctor, you are a real one. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you too, man. He said, you are actually the realest on this platform, man. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? You know? Real recognized real, man. So you also a real one too, man. So I thank you for coming through it. Shout out to all the members, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you telling me that, because hey, man, real ones need a little encouragement and a little reminders too. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate you, bro. I just try to, I can't even say I try to be myself, man. I just thank God that, you know, I'm blessed with good character, and God just tends to lead me in the right direction, man. But it's crazy. Like, I was watching the, like I said, I'm watching this event, right? And, you know, I don't want to be the person that is like bringing up I like to focus on the positive, but it's important that we be fair, right? You know, so I'm watching this fight, and one of the commentators, I don't know who it was, but one of them did correct him. But one of the commentators like, shout out to Amir Khan and his promotions for bringing us this fight in Nigeria. Shout out to DAZN for hosting it. Shout out to TalkSport. He named some other promotions. He named every promotion besides Balmoral Group. Balmoral Group is the Nigerian promotion. Like, this is a fight card hosted in Lagos, Nigeria. Lagos is the capital of Nigeria. And you shouted out every promotion except for the Nigerian promotion? Bro, like, so when you say, oh, you notice that stuff, I noticed it because it has to be intentional, bro. And then shout out to, I think it was, I don't know who I think it was Denzel Bentley. I think he's there commenting. I think he corrected. He said, yeah, and also shout out to Balmoral Group Promotions. You got to shout out them, bro. Like, stop it, man. Give everybody their credit like they're supposed to, man. And that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. So I'm not going to miss the Nigerian promotion, man. And we should just give everybody the same respect. He would never do that if it was in Tijuana, Mexico. He would never not shout out the Mexican promotional company. You see what I'm saying? Or the American promotional company, or the English promotional company. Give everybody they respect, man. You know what I'm talking about? He shouted out every single promotions I didn't even know was part of the promotions. And he didn't shout out Balmoral Group. It's crazy, bro. That's a Nigerian promotion headed by a doctor. I can't remember the doctor's name right now. That's crazy, though. Put some respect, man. Lame as hell, Pat. I heard that. I said, what the heck? It's crazy, bro. And he pressed the like you can. Yes, sir. Actually check, as there are not many of us. Come on now. He said, shit, we in the building play. Yes, sir, the sky today. Real engineer type. So that's what I'm talking about. Ty, yes, sir, we in the sky with it. Yeah, real engineer type things. That cartel will be on their head top. You feel me? You know, and then people like, and it's so crazy that people complain about like the production, and it's like, bro, like they see one person complain, so everybody complain. Oh, what weight class is? Oh, it's an African weight class. It's not a real weight. It's like, bro, what are you talking about, bro? Like I see people in the chat saying like, oh, these guys are terrible. They don't know how to fight. It's like, bro, what? This is boxing. You could go to an American card, a Cuban card, a Mexican card, an English card, a Jamaican card, a Japanese card, and you'll see fighters that aren't that good. You're not always going to see good fighters, like, you know, but they try to make it seem like, oh, it's a Nigerian thing or it's a whole entire continent of Africa thing. No, bro, there's bad fighters everywhere. That's the thing about boxing. You don't have to be great to be a boxer. We see bad fighters. Oh, what's my boy Dale Aerosmith? He's English. He has like 113,000 losses and he has like 5 wins. Dale, if you don't believe me, I'll look him up right now. You know, this is no shame to Dale Aerosmith, but he can't have the best technique if you freaking 5 and 1,000. You feel me? Look at this shit right here, chat. The man is has 6 wins and 138 losses. But you try to tell me bad boxing is a Nigerian thing. No, bro, just say that you're a hateful person and you're a loser and you don't enjoy nothing. Like I'm here because I like boxing and I'm enjoying the event. If you're not enjoying the event, why are you here? Because the truth is that you're a loser and your existence is sad and you're unhappy and you're accustomed to being miserable wherever you're at. You don't have to watch it. If you don't like it, don't watch it. If I don't like something, bitch, I don't watch it. I don't consume it. If I try a food and it doesn't taste good, I don't keep eating it and complain about it. I spit it out and go about my business. If I'm watching a movie and I pay $10 for a ticket, hell, if I pay $25 for me and my date, if the movie's trash, I get up and walk the fuck out. I don't sit there and complain about it and make sure that everybody around me knows how unhappy I am and displeased I am with the movie. Like, you're a loser, bro. It's like, to me, that screams what type of person you are. You're an actual, factual, real life loser, bro. You don't have to watch it, but you'd rather sit there and voluntarily watch something just to complain about it. That means that is a character trait, that you probably do that in all aspects of your life. And not only are you unhappy with yourself, you probably make the people around you unhappy. That's why they're not even there anymore themselves. Like, it's crazy, bro. They would rather sit there and complain about something that you don't have to subjectify yourself to. It's nuts, bro. I could never relate. I could never, bro. There's so many other things that I could do. If I'm not doing this, I could be doing this. I could be working on this. I could be bettering myself, progressing myself in some type of aspect, way, shape, or form of my life. You rather sit there and not do nothing and complain. You're a freaking loser. You are the epitome of a loser. If I look up the definition of a loser, not only will it have your face, it'll have your birth date and it'll have your pending death date. You're a loser. You're walking dead. You're a zombie. You know what they talk about, the Walking Dead? That's what you are, bro. You are the Walking Dead. You are alive, but you dead as hell. You a zombie, bro. Gosh dang, bro. That junk is sad, dog. Like, if I wasn't enjoying it, I would not watch it. It's crazy. Shout out to my brother Tay in the building. My bad. I just go on a little rant real quick. You know what I'm talking about? I just don't understand it, man. There's people in the chat complain. All they did was complain about the fight. Nigeria's trash. This is trash. Oh, this fighter's trash. This is garbage. I can't believe I'm watching. This projection sucks. Then don't watch it. It's simple. It's simple, bro. It's so simple, bro. It's an easy fix. It's an easy fix, man. That's what the internet. Oh, he got a big right hand. I don't know these gentlemen's name. I'm trying to bring up the card. Let me bring up the fight card right now. I'm sorry about the animations and stuff. I'm gonna try to fix it by the time the next stream starts. But it's gonna be hard for me to fix it because it's something I have to fix throughout the while I'm live, because I can't tell if it's working or not unless I'm live, which just sucks. But it's all good though. We gonna get it right. You know what I'm saying? Like we always do. God is good. Look like 2 old heads fighting. Oh, he caught a mean one too though. He's standing in the softball stance. We got the gentleman looking like Cisco out there. Thong to thong. You know the thong song? He look like Cisco. We got Cisco versus you gonna call them, I don't know, orange and black shorts, you know. Shout out to them. Like, there's a lot of fighters, man. It's a fight in Nigeria, bro. I'm happy for that, man. The more places fights are, the better it is for boxing, you know. People on one hand, we don't want to see all the fights in Saudi Arabia. We don't want to see all the fights in America. We don't want to see all the fights in Japan. We want to see fights in Mexico. And we don't want to see all the fights in England. We want to see some fights in Germany. We want to see some fights in Nigeria and Jamaica. You see what I'm saying? If the infrastructure allows it, that's great. That's great for the strength and the livelihood of boxing. You see what I'm saying? We want to see more fights in Italy, more fights in Cuba. You know, sometimes the political climate stops it, but you get what I'm saying. Ideally, we want to see more fights in Brazil, you know, in Bahamas. You know what I'm talking about? That's good for the health of the sport, man. And people don't realize it, but some fighters, you know, they do get essentially excluded because of the market that they're in. You know what I'm saying? So like, I think this is a great thing. Now, that don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that Amir Khan is on some altruistic mission to grow boxing. You know, of course he's making some money, and I don't trust anybody with Khan in their name. I don't care what kind of rendition of Khan. It's Khan. I don't care if it's Amir Khan. I don't care if it's A Khan. I don't care if it's Conor McGregor. You see what I'm saying? I don't trust nobody with Khan in their name. However, I still think that, you know, there's going to be people that take advantage of people all the time. But at least in this case, they're making an effort to make boxing more international than it already is. You know what I'm saying? We don't want anybody to have a monopoly, whether you're talking about as far as the sanctioned bodies or one belt holder or locale, you know what I'm saying, or region. We want to see boxers spread out, in my personal opinion. Ibiza, yeah, man, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's go places, bro. Let's go places, man. Anthony Joshua's Nigeria. Talk to him. Talk to him, Pat. You know what I'm saying? He's English by way of Nigeria. Talk to him, Pat. They don't know it. They don't know it, bro. Put some respect on Africa. Come on now. What about Samuel Peter, the Nigerian nightmare? You know what I'm saying? You should give Klitschko's hell. You know what I'm saying? Vitaly put the beats on him, you know, but you should give Vladimir hell. You see what I'm saying? There's some good fighters everywhere, man. Put some respect on people. There's some good Ghanaian fighters. You know what I'm saying? Even Andy Hiroka, who's about to fight Gary Anton Russell for his 140-pound WBA championship. Andy Hiroka is Ghanaian and Japanese. Ghana's where? That's a country on the continent of Africa, man. Stop playing. Stop playing, man. Francis Ngannou, that's not boxing, but he crossed over to boxing. Where's he from? Cameroon. Where's Cameroon located? It's a country on the beautiful continent of Africa. Kevin Lorena's from South Africa. Fumaleli Kafu, who just fought Bam Rodriguez, who upset what's the dude's name? Kosei Tanaka, right? That guy's South African. Where's South Africa? On the beautiful continent of Africa. Stop playing. You better stop playing, man. A lot of your favorite fighters are they're from one country, European, by way of Africa. Like the currently elevated WBA 147-pound welterweight champion, Abbas Barao. Abbas Barao represents Germany by way of Togo, a country where in Africa. Put some respect on it. You better stop playing. You better stop playing. Like, just because you don't know and you unaware and you oblivious to and you ignorant, don't mean it doesn't exist. There's a lot of fighters that might be from America by way of a country in Africa. They might be English by way of a country in Africa. Okay. Deontay Wilder just traced his roots where? Back to Nigeria. He's American by way of Nigeria. Benin, actually a country west of Nigeria, but you know what I'm saying? Also, he has Nigerian and roots out of Benin. You better put some respect on him, man. Ali Boumaye, you feel me? Shout out to Peel Out. Shout out to Tufo in the building. Big member in the building. Shout out to everybody. We got Peel Out in here. I appreciate you, brother. We got Tay in here. We got Tufo in here. Yes, sir. We got Pat in here. Yes, sir. We got Heaven Set in here. Let's go. I appreciate y'all, man. And that's love to everybody. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, man. That's the beautiful thing. And I know no knock on everybody. I'm American. You know what I'm saying? I'm American, Nigerian, Jamaican. That's the beauty about America, right? America. And a lot of people don't embrace it, but I'm not trying to give a history lesson, but y'all gonna hear this good word. America is special because of the melting pot. We're supposed to embrace the diversity. Diversity makes you strong. That's why we have Black Americans, white Americans, brown Americans, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, European Americans, Asian Americans, African Americans, you know what I'm saying? South American Americans. South American Americans sounds crazy. But you get what I'm saying? Mexican Americans. Haitian Americans, Jamaican Americans, you feel me? That's the beauty of it, bro. We got English Americans, you know, Irish Americans, Italian Americans. That's the beauty. It's a beauty, bro. But instead, people want to be so divisive, bro. That's supposed to make us strong. You know what I'm talking about? Terrence Crawford's American, just like Caleb Plant's American. You feel me? If you're going to call Terrence Crawford Black American, call Caleb Plant White American. If you're going to call him White American, call Benavidez Brown American. You see what I'm saying? All that is American, bro. That's what makes it strong. That's why a lot of people want to be in this mud. But we just don't treat each other right, man. Starting from the top, man. You know what I'm saying? We always talk about, okay, you know, Mexico is a beast of a boxing community. You know what I'm saying? They be standing by each other. England, they're a beast of a boxing community. Shout out to our English brothers. They be standing by their English boxers. They don't care about that. But America is like, we don't embrace all Americans the same way we embrace certain Americans based on your complexion. And it's crazy. You see what I'm saying? Anyway, that's enough for me. Not gonna lie, ever since Troy Nash lost, I don't really care about the W. Hey man, yeah, Troy Nash, man. Hey, I'm kind of, you know what's dope about that heavyweight? I'm not. Shout out to Troy Nash. I'm not glad that he lost because I don't want nobody to lose. I'm not rooting for him to lose. I'm rooting for him to win. But the reason why I'm happy is because that makes boxing. That's one thing I will say about Turk, man. I'm not saying Turkey's perfect, and even Dana White. I'm not, bro. I can't honestly say. I can't honestly say that I'm rooting for Dana White's ventures to be successful. But I am looking forward to the parity because we may have a favorite, but there ain't no favorites. You see what I'm saying? Not in the betting because a lot of these fights are 50-50, man. So I'm with you. Troy Nash is good. But I'm glad that, you know what I'm saying, because he was such a heavy favorite. Like, you think it's a walk in the bro, the Grand Prix is real. These guys are coming to fight, man. Ain't no easy, you know what I'm saying? Ain't no walk in the park. Ain't no easy money. So, you know, from that standpoint, I don't really care that he lost. But I'm with you. I was rooting for him to win because I like him. But at the same time, I'm happy to see things get mixed up. Like you know, Caleb Plant's one of my favorite fighters, right? I wasn't mad that Armando Resendez beat him. I wasn't happy because, like I say, he's one of my favorite fighters, but I wasn't, bro, I rarely get upset because upsets is what keeps boxing strong. You can't just be like, okay, I know this person's going to win and they're going to win all the time. Nah, bro, I like upsets. Upsets keep you guessing. Upsets keep you watching. You never know what's going to happen, bro. Christian and Billy and Lester Martinez was a great fight. They fought to a draw. They might fight again and Lester Martinez might get knocked out in the first round. that's boxing. You know what I'm saying? Or Christian and Billy might get knocked out in the third. Who knows? Look at Fabio Worley and Frazier Clark. That went the distance and went through a draw. They had the rematch. Fabio Worley tuned up, gosh dang, Frazier Clark in the first round. Tuned him up. I'm talking about had his face, hit him with a stanky face. Boy, looking like Samara off the ring. That boy looked like he got hypnotized. Gosh dang, he ain't know what hit him. You just never know with boxing, bro. Lamont Roach, as much as I like Tank is shout out to my brother Tufo. Tank is my favorite fighter. Y'all know that. As much as I like Tank, I thought Lamont Roach's performance was spectacular, bro. That was a great shakeup. I'm not saying I thought it was a draw. I don't know why people are so mad about the draw. I actually thought the draw with the knockdown, I thought it was a draw. But you know, some people thought Lamont Roach would win. But I think that's good for the health of boxing. I don't want to know who's gonna win all the time. Hell no. Bakram putting Tim Tszyu on his back pockets was awesome. Not because I don't like Tim Tszyu, but because it keeps you watching. You think because you haven't heard of Bakram and you heard of Tim Tszyu that you know what's gonna happen. You don't know nothing. A lot of these fighters, man, they put in blood, sweat, and tears in this, man. You gotta put some respect on that. Abbas Barral beating Jonas Tellis. Y'all know I like Jonas Tellis. Shout out to my brother Ty. He told me that I was overrating Jonas Tellis, but I knew Abbas Barral was gonna be tough. I didn't know he was gonna win. But I even said that when I was there at the live event. That's the question I asked. I said, "Hey man, how do you feel about people counting you out? I think this is gonna be a great matchup." You know what I'm saying? I said it was gonna be fight of the night. That was a question I asked him. He said, "Yeah." He said he don't care about people counting him out, and he messed around and won. That's great. That's great. Look what Terrence Crawford just did with Canelo, moving up 3 weight classes essentially. Really 2 technically, but essentially 3 weight classes. That's great. That's great. And I'm a kid. Canelo's another one of my favorite guys. I like Terrence Crawford a lot. He's one of my favorite boxers as well. But I would say I like Canelo more. I was more locked in with Canelo for a longer period of time. You know what I'm saying? So, but I would never be mad. Hell no, that's good for boxing. Shout out to Terrence Crawford. How could I be mad at an American winning? What? The way Tim Tszyu was talking through. Come on now. He was talking like. Come on now. Come on now. He was talking like Bakram was cheeks. He was talking about there's different levels. You saw the interviews, Tufo. You saw the same interviews I saw. Tim Tszyu was saying, "Oh yeah, I think that he's an all right fighter, but we're at different levels. You know, I'm in a different class than him. You know, I saw him running around while I'm over here with my dad and my brother. I'm ready to fight it. He's running around. I think he's trying to make a last second weight cut. Yeah. He cut more than weight. He cut your ass down. Yeah. And that's what happens when fighters think that other fighters, because they haven't heard of them, sometimes that gets in their own head too. They be like, oh, okay, bet this person hasn't fought outside of Germany, or this person hasn't fought outside of Jamaica, or this person hasn't fought outside of Colombia, so they trash. Okay. Bakram let all his frustrations from Ramadan out on your ass. He said that time I couldn't eat that biscuit. I wanted that piece of chicken, but it was Ramadan. I had to fast. Oh, I'm finna take it out all on Tim Tszyu. I'm finna get a whole bucket of chicken on your head top, boy. Went in there and kicked, and gosh, they cooked Tim Zoo. Fuck you talking about? Went in there and cooked him. Cooked him. I'm talking about Chef Curry with the pop, boy. Playing to the same thing. Come on now. He know what's eggs. Yeah, he know what's up. Yeah, all right. He don't know. He don't know. Yeah, you think he know? Armando, bro, Resendez went in there and you can't tell me. Resendez didn't outclass him. He out hustled him. That's why that's why I love boxing, bro. Even in basketball, like there's certain basketball players I like more than others, but I remember when Joakim, I'm gonna use Joakim Noah as an example. I'm from Florida, right? You know, he's a fellow Floridian. He went to University of Florida, stuff like that. But I never really cared for Joakim Noah. I just thought he was like, I don't know, I just didn't really care for him. You know, and I thought he was more like of an antagonizer than good. But then I watched him play, you know, I'm just watching him play throughout these years of the NBA. It's like, I grew to like him because he's a hustler, bro. How can you not like somebody who just goes in there and just hustles, bro? They may not be the best. They may not have the most skills. They may not be the most popular. They may not have the biggest backing, but they go in there and they put it all on the line. That's what Resendez did. And he out hustled Caleb Plant. You think shit's sweet? Okay. Resendez didn't get the memo. he know what's up, but he didn't know. Shout out to Caleb Plant. I still rock with sweet hands, but he ain't know. He ain't get the letter. Resendez went in there straight out hustled him, bro. Same with Barao. Who would you even watching Barao and Tellus? Who would you say is more skilled? I would still say Tellus is more skilled. I still think Tellus could bounce back, but Barao is decently skilled, but he's a hustler, bro. He went in there and outworked him, bro. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Yeah, and a Bulls player. Yep, Chicago Bulls. That's a fact. That's a fact. Shout out to Joakim Noah. He cooked him no season. You feel me? You feel me? You feel me, Pat? I love upsets, man. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm like, you know, I don't like to see my favorite fighters get upset, but I'm not like mad. Nah. No, that's good for the strength and the health of the sport, man. You know what I'm saying? That's good, bro. You get put in your back pocket, you gotta act right, man. You too comfy. You know what I'm saying? You see what's up. I love upsets, man. Even if it's at the expense of my favorite fighter or whatever. I think upsets are good. It makes you got to put respect on boxing, man. It makes you put respect on these fighters and what they do, they craft. And not just, like I said, I ain't trying to preach too much, but not even just boxing, anything you've been doing for years, bro, you got to put some respect on it, man. People think shit's sweet, like even with this content creation stuff. Like I put that little post there. I know I be hustling. I ain't know I was hustling like that, bro. You know how big that is, dog. Like, you know, I was just like, man, God is good because, like I say, I got my PhD in engineering. That took a lot of work, bro. It took a lot of work. I'm never like immune to work. That's one thing I love about my spirit, bro. If I feel like I could do something, I'm really strong in faith. And even if I'm not sure I could do it, I'm still gonna give it my all, and I'm still gonna act like I could do it because I'm gonna have that confidence because I know that God won't let me put my mind to something that I couldn't accomplish. You know what I'm saying? You just got to be able to weather the storms. You feel me? And the lows and stuff like that. But it's like, bro, they emailed me YouTube and told me that I am in the top 10%. I put out more content than 90% of YouTube partners, bro. That means that doesn't mean boxing content creators. That doesn't mean black content creators. That doesn't mean American boxing content creators. All content creators. That means people like ESPN is included. That means people like Shannon Sharp and his whole production team, they're included, bro. And it's just me, bro. I be hustling, bro. So when I make it, they gonna say we lucky, but we gonna know the truth. We gonna know the truth. They can say whatever they want. I'm gonna keep them hating. You know what I'm talking about? That's our job, man. When haters hate, they supposed to hate. You feel me? It's our job to keep them doing their job, and that's hating. They can't do nothing else. They said I put out more content than 90% of YouTube partners, bro. That's crazy. I knew I'd be hustling, but I didn't know it was like that. I didn't know it was like that. Top 10% is just me solo dolo? Come on, man. God is good, man. I just got to figure out a way to get my stuff more seen, you know what I'm saying? But we going to get there, though, all in God's timing. You feel me? I watched that Terrence Crawford interview, too. That was dope. With Andre Ward, that was dope. That was a good one. An hour and like 20 minutes. I watched it, though. It was good. While I was working on the last video I just put out. 2026, Dare to Be Great. Hey, man, Heaven Sent. We got it every day. Every day. Hey, today, forget 2026. You know what I'm saying? What about the October 1st challenge? You know what I'm saying? Be better today than you were on September 30th. You know what I'm saying? How about that challenge? Let's do that challenge. And tomorrow will be better than we were yesterday. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? We'll be stronger, faster, smarter, harder, tougher, more resilient, be nicer, kinder. In some way, be better, bro. Be hungrier. Not because you starve. Hopefully you're not starving and broke. I'm talking about hungrier, like you got appetite to win and succeed. Yeah, man. Be better every day, bro. Hell, be better in 5 minutes than you were 5 minutes ago. That's what the greats do. But yeah, man. He said, like Turkey says, I want to tell you something. He said, I think Benavidez takes a lot out of people. Caleb ain't the same. Burrell ain't the same. I agree with that. Boo Boo, I'm not sure. List goes on. I agree with you. Because the way Benavidez fights, he take a lot out of you, bro. I agree with that. That's a true statement, dog. There is no luck, doctor. You working bad, bro. Sometimes it just get bad. I appreciate it, Pat. Shout out to you, bro. I appreciate it, man. Yes, sir, man. I got family members that tell me I'm crazy, you know. I just don't really do much but hustle. This is what I want. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, I want a wife and I want kids. That's my dream too, of course. But right now, I gotta hustle. All I do is work out and do boxing. Sometimes I feel like I think about it too much, but then I see little stuff like that. I'm like, okay, bet, you know. Hey, it may not mean the most, but hey, I'm working, dog. Don't forget to smack that like button. I'm working, man. We working, man. I gotta fix these settings, bro. I don't know why, like, that's so weird, though. Y'all can hear my mic. My mic settings ain't changed. See, y'all can't hear nothing, huh? My mic, you can hear. I wonder if you can hear the Discord. So y'all can't hear this. Let's see. Y'all can't hear that. Let me see if I can fix that. It's so weird, bro. And every time they do it, it's like they change something else. Like Ty said, keep me on my toes. So I gotta figure out what it is. What about Munguia and Saras fight? I don't know. Munguia, you know Munguia. Munguia just got he was exonerated, but he got to be careful. I would love for Munguia and Saras to have a trilogy though, but I don't know, man. I can't say, you know, Munguia is one of my favorite fighters to watch, but I can't say that I'm I don't know who you would fight. I don't know who you would fight, bro. Outside of Bruno Saras. Yeah, outside of him fighting, like, I mean, you can fight Jamal Charlo. Hell, Jaime Munguia Berlanga. Yo, shout out to Bodega Ty. My brother, man. Renewing that membership for another oh, that's a Masters in Boxing Talk. That's the big boy heat. Hold on, I don't care if you can't hear it. We gonna run this animation. That's the big boy heat. Let's go. Shout out to my brother, man. Yes, sir. Masters in Boxing Talk. That's the big membership. That's the big membership right there, man. I appreciate you, bro. Yes, sir. I don't know why the volume is. Shout out to my brother, man. I hear it like click in and then it clicks out. I hear it click in and then it clicks out. Yeah, I'm gonna have to sit and figure it out, chat. I don't know what's wrong. I hear it like click in and then it clicks out. I hear it click in and then it clicks out. I don't know. Well, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Munguia needs to fight his demons. I think Munguia, be honest, I want to be mad at Munguia and Resendez. I want to be mad at Munguia and Caleb Plant. I want to be mad at Munguia and Berlanga. Hey, give me 1 quick second, chat. I'll be right back. I'm gonna run this ad. I'll be right back, chat. Sorry about that, y'all. I apologize. I had to go check the mail. Had a little package at the door. You feel me? Get me a little. Yeah, we back at it though, chat. Yeah, I gotta fix that stuff, man. Shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all kicking it with me on this midday, you know, afternoon fights, man, in Nigeria. We got Ulster in the building. Oh no, this thing. Oh, let me check this expiration date. Oh no, it should be good, but this thing tastes a little saucy. No, we ain't gonna eat this. Look a little frothy. Yeah, we ain't gonna eat that thing. No, sir. I give you the runs. Ain't got time. You feel me? I want to see Emiliano step. Come on, man. Emiliano Vargas, Tay, you know better than that. And Emiliano Vargas, and he's on top rank. Yeah. But hey, let me show you something though, Tay. Let me show you something though, Tay. I just want to show you the hypocrisy and stuff, right? No, this is no shade on anybody though, but I just want to show you something, you know. I just want to show you something, right? Let me just show you something. Let me just show you something. Let me show you something real quick. Let me show you something. Floyd Schofield. Everybody's mad because he's fighting Jojo Diaz, right? Oh, they ain't got it on here yet, but he's supposed to be fighting Jojo Diaz. The man is 23 years old, 19-0. Emiliano Vargas is 21 years old. I think he's 22 now, but anyway, 15-0. How many people can you name that Emiliano Vargas fought? You can't name none of his opponents. That's cool. I don't think that's a problem. But why is it a problem that Floyd Schofield is fighting Jojo Diaz? Floyd Schofield's not a champion. And then when you look at this, right? Rafael Espinosa. Let's see Rafael Espinosa, who is a champion. Look who Espinosa's about to, oh, they don't have it on here. Espinosa, who's a champion, he's about to fight Arnold Kagai. Espinosa's not about to fight Bruce Shushu Carrington. He's not fighting Elijah Pierce. He's not fighting anybody else, Rasim Alim, or anybody else that's ranked high at 126. He's fighting Kagai. And I don't have a problem with that. But if you're going to have a problem with Floyd Schofield fighting Jojo Diaz, like that's some crime. Why are we cool with Emiliano Vargas not fighting nobody that we could even name? I don't know who he's fighting from a can of paint. And I watch a whole lot of boxing. I don't know anybody Emiliano Vargas fought. Like I said, once again, I'm cool with it, but why are we tripping on Schofield fighting Jojo Diaz? What's wrong with that? Schofield just fought Tevin Farmer. He also fought Renee Tellez Garone, who was just a headline on another card. I'm not saying those are great opponents. I'm not saying Jojo Diaz is even a guy that I was looking forward to. But why do certain fighters get so much shtick, like my English brethren and sister would say? How come they get so much shtick for fighting guys when they're actually fighting guys better than the people that we allow to slide and we don't complain about? And I like Rafael Espinosa. I will say this, though. I'm just glad Espinosa's not fighting Venado Lopez. Because I'm not certain that... I know Venado Lopez, since he got knocked out by Angelo Leo, I know that he bounced back at a fight. But I didn't like the Espinosa fight for Lopez. That's all bad, man. I'm not convinced that Lopez is fully recovered from that Angelo Leo loss. And I think that wouldn't have been a good fight, you know. I think he might have been hurt badly. So I'm glad he's not fighting. And I don't have nothing wrong with Arnold Kagai, but nobody really knows who Arnold Kagai is. There's a lot of guys at 126 that he could fight. But, you know, no one will complain about that, but they'll complain about Schofield versus Jojo Diaz. What? Why? You say we have no other choice with the Bud comparisons. He got to make his own name and just go undisputed twice if possible. He a guy for it. That's why I don't believe Emiliano's that good, because of him. They have that many fights. He fighting tomatoes. I actually don't. Like I said, I want to be sure. I want to be clear. I'm not mad at him fighting guys that aren't known. You know, that's a top rank. That's what Top Rank does. Rafael Espinosa, who's fighting Kagai, that's also Top Rank. So that's what Top Rank does. I'm not mad at it, but let's be fair too. You know what I'm saying? Like, if Emiliano Vargas could continuously fight guys that we never heard of, then I think it's okay for Schofield to fight Jojo Diaz, who is a guy that we have heard of. Former champion, too. But, yeah, so I'm not convinced on Emiliano Vargas either. I'm with you, because there's nothing to be convinced of, because he hasn't fought anybody. But he has been looking good against the opposition that he's had. So he's doing what he's supposed to do. I got to give him credit for that, because you never know in boxing, but... As far as I don't know how good he is, it's like Moses Atama. I don't know how good Moses Atama is, because I like him, but he's beat Dillian White, Dempsey McKean, Mike Belogan, the former NFL player. Like, I don't really know how good he is. He looks good. I give him credit for looking good. He's doing what he's supposed to do. I just don't know exactly how good he is. You know, I'm still waiting patiently, you know. But he's rumored to be fighting Michael Hunter. That's a good fight. Or David Adelaide. I know a lot of people won't be excited about David Adelaide. I'm not mad at that fight either, because once again, you know, he's a young guy. So I'm not mad at it if he fights, especially not Michael Hunter. Michael Hunter, that's a good fight, because Michael Hunter only has one loss, right? To Alexander Usyk, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah. My mic's not off, Oster. Your volume's off, but thank you. Thank you, bro. But yeah, like Michael Hunter, that's a good fight. Michael Hunter and Atama, I don't think that happens, but if that does, that's a good fight. David Adeleye, I understand the complaints because David Adeleye just lost to Philip Hrgovic. He got dropped in that fight, right? He didn't get stopped, but he got dropped. So it'll seem like a light touch, but I think that's a pretty good fight too. You know, as long as it's somebody that can hold their own, I'm cool. I hear him. You hear me? Appreciate it. Thank y'all. And thank you too, Oster, but thank you for letting me know y'all can hear me. Thank you. Have you guys peeped the oldest Vargas and oldest Davis? Both lost this year. Both also co-main. The oldest Davis? Who's the oldest Davis? Oh, Kelvin. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Kelvin. But I knew that was only a matter of time. I knew Vargas Jr. and Kelvin Davis. That's just a matter of time. Yeah, they're no disrespect to them, but they're clearly in my opinion, I think they're the worst ones. The oldest. I think it goes from oldest. No, for the Vargas, I think it goes from oldest to youngest as far as worst to best. So the oldest for Dr. Vargas Jr. is the worst. Then I think Armado is second. I don't think he's that good either. But then Emiliano Vargas, I think he's the best. I think he has the most promise. For the Davis brothers, I think Kelvin's the worst, the oldest. I think Keishaw's the best, who's the middle. And I think Keon, the youngest one, I think he has some promise. So overall, I think the Davis brothers are better. But I think yeah. Keyshawn's proven. Emiliano's not proven yet. Neither one of the Vargases are proven, except for the daddy. You think Keon is very good, Pila? I think he has some potential. I don't know how good he is. You know, I don't really. I never been one to. Yeah, doctor. That was a matter of time. You feel me, Pat? Hey, I'm not gonna lie. Callum Walsh did not impress me. I actually, Callum Walsh had me fooled. I thought he was better than what I thought, but I knew he was gonna win. I actually thought he was gonna stop Fernando Vargas. Fernando Vargas looked better than what I thought he was gonna look, and Callum Walsh looked worse than what I thought. But the right person still won. You know, I'm just not as big on Callum Walsh as I was before that fight. I thought he should have won a little bit more convincingly than that. You know, bum juice. You know the bum juice. Armado be fighting like he in the bar. Exactly, Tay. Exactly. They ride in the name. We'll see if Emiliano's a real deal, but Armado and Junior, we knew they weren't. So that was no surprise. Shout out to Junior for getting a pretty big bag, though. I'm sure he got paid handsomely to fight on the Riyadh joint. So, all right, we have Yusuf Adeniji representing Nigeria versus Akimos Ampia versus representing, is that the Ghanaian flag? I think that's Ghana, right? Sometimes I mixed up the Ghana flag with the Cameroonian flag. That is a Ghanaian flag. Okay, so we got Yusuf Adeniji from Nigeria versus Akimos Ampia from Ghana. Shout out to both of them. I want to say too, man, remember I made the post about the Ghanaian fighter that passed away, man. Boxing is currently banned in Ghana, so they had a little mishap. They thought one of the fighters, I guess, had a Ghanaian license and not a Nigerian license. I'm not sure, but they had a little mishap and it looked kind of bad. But they got it straight. But that's why the fight was stopped mid-fight, and then they called it off, and then they called it back on. It was kind of weird, but it was because they thought one of the fighters had a Ghanaian license or something like that, because boxing is currently banned in Ghana due to the death and a lot of recurring injuries of fighters, just like we had that incident in Japan, right? So that Nigerian, he was at the Grand Prix. I knew his name looked familiar, right? I'm glad you said that, Pat, because I was like, bro, that man's name looked familiar. We in round one, man. We got Nigeria versus Ghana. I don't know why they don't put the round count on the screen, but you know we got you, man. That's what we come over here, man. We do real things around here, man. We in the first round, 2 minutes 14 seconds. I don't know why. I don't like when they don't put first of all, I don't like when they don't put the names. I think that's disrespectful. They should put the names on there, and they should put the round count. But they got the time though, so one thing at a time. You feel me? Boo's gonna get stopped at 154. Who else agree? I think he could get stopped, but I don't think he's going to. Like, 154 is awesome, man. Anybody could get stopped. Could he get stopped? Yeah, but I actually don't. Nah, I don't see him getting stopped by like. I can't be like, oh yeah, I think this person's gonna stop Boots. But I can tell you who I think could stop him potentially. Bakram could stop him. Jesus Ramos could stop him. 154. Who else? Virgil Ortiz could stop him. When I say, I'm saying emphasis on the could. I'm not saying they would. I would pick Boots to beat Ramos. I would pick Boots to beat Virgil. I would pick Boots. I'm just saying that you just never know with boxing. You see what I'm saying? I think Bakram is probably the biggest threat, if anybody. But I have to see how he looks against Weez Malima, man. We don't skip steps around here. But do I think anybody, if you're asking me, oh, Boots versus this person, is Boots going to get stopped? Nah, I wouldn't bet on that. But that's why 154 is hot, because it could happen. Oh, yeah, that division hot, man. You got a lot of hitters there, man. I still think Israel Madrimal is a player. I still think, obviously, Sebastian Fedora is a player. You know what I'm saying? So, Bass Barral is a player. There's a lot of guys out there, man. So, IBF is what? Bakram. WBA is who? Bass Barral. WBO, Xander Zayas. WBC. Who's WBC at 154? Fedora, right? So, yes, sir. Shout out to D1 in the building, man. Renewing that membership, bro. My animations are working, but thank you so much, man. I'm gonna have to fix that tonight, man. Thank you so much for renewing that membership for the big 5 months. Shout out to D1 hashtag Angry Right Man, man. Check him out. Check him out. Good dude right there, man. Check out AWM, man. D1 in the building. Thank you, bro. Him and William Arent do a good job. William, old school OG. He still looks the same, sadly. Bakram, like the Beterbiev at 154. I like Bakram a lot. I can't put the Beterbiev on him. Beterbiev is a hell of a fighter, man. I like Bakram a lot, but Beterbiev, he fought and beat Tavares Cloud, Thunder Cloud. Beterbiev beat Callum Smith, Anthony Yard, Marcus Brown, who's about to fight tonight, today, headline against Brandon Glanton. So I think that Bakram, what he did to Tim Tszyu was great. But after that, it gets kind of, you don't really rate any of his other opponents. Like Jack Koke, that was a good win. The German fighter, right? Jack Koke was good. But outside of Jack Koke, then who else? I know him and Xander have some common opponents, but nothing really big. So I think outside of the region that they're from, I can't really put him as high as I rank Artur Beterbiev. But Bakram is good, though. I like Bakram. My 3 favorite at 154 is Bakram, Boots, and Ramos. I think those 3 I like those 3. But Ramos, I'm not sure, because Ramos, I think his next fight's at 160. So I don't even know if he's been fighting at 160, 154. I don't know what Ramos is doing, to be honest. It's all good. There's not too many of us left. I know, bro. They definitely not watching this card, bro. They not watching this card, man. Yeah, like let's see if it's working, man. Shout out to my brother for the 5 months, man. Membership renewal. Yeah, the volume's not working, man. I gotta fix that. Nah, Dr. Heavisset talking about Carmel looks the same. Because I said we need Tio to fight him instead of Nemo. Facts. They talk about Carmel Moten and Scooter Davis, bro. What you think about that, Pat? Scooter Davis and Carmel Moten been going back and forth, man. I don't like that fight right now. Hopefully they don't get rushed into it. I know some people don't like to let fights marinate. I do. I'm guilty as charged, man. I like to let fights marinate. I'm the type of person. I personally thought that Austin No Doubt Trout and Saul Canelo Alvarez fought too early. I'm one of them. I'm not saying let it marinate like AJ and Tyson Fury. That's way past. That's garbage. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong, but I like to let things marinate a little bit. Like, to me, Carmel versus Scooter is way too early, in my personal opinion. You say you like that fight? Oh, Joaquin in the building. What's good, brethren? You like that fight right now? Ooh, I don't like it right now, man. I don't like it right now. Even that Anthony Cuba. Remember when Carmel Moten fought, wasn't it Anthony Cuba, who just fought on Pro Box again the other day? I thought that fight was a little. I thought that fight was a little unnecessary. I was like, man, they're both young. They seem like they both have some fire and some promise. Let them rock out for a little bit, man. You know, let that be a title eliminator or something. Let that be a title eliminator or something like that. Like, you know, yeah, Ty, I know, bro. Hey, Austin, because I liked Austin Trout and I liked Canelo at the time. I was like, man, there's no need for neither one of them to take an L right now. They both undefeated right now. They both young. Let that fight be a title eliminator or an interim title fight or something. Floyd trying to knock off Corbell. No, I don't know. No, they were going back and forth with each other. I'm not saying that they were setting it up. I'm saying Carmel and Scooter were going back and forth with each other. Not that the promoters were lining it up, but you know, hey, sometimes all it takes is for you to go back and forth and people get interested and people start looking at it. Yeah, they were just going back and forth on Twitter. Give me the fight now, bro. I paid $30. Too many prospects, doctor. We can count them. Hey, that's true. We can't count them anymore. I feel that. Cuba needs to be in the mix. He signed the PBC or Top Rank. I don't know who Anthony Cuba signed with. He just fought on Pro Box. I would assume he's with Pro Box, but I'm not sure. He could be with PBC. I'm not sure. Have it said. You got to tell me. Zerto is Boban Marjanovic of boxing. Reaction time slow as hell. Looking like a big W in there. I really don't know how he got the belt. Hey, chill out, bro. You wilding on Zerto, bro. Zerto's a beast, bro. Chill out. Maybe that's time. Maybe that's me just hating. Yeah, you hating, bro. You hating, bro. Zerto? I think Zerto is top 2 in the cruiserweight division. It's him and Jai and everybody else. Now, who you got over Jai and Zerto? That's up to you. I kind of, I don't know. It depends on when you ask. Some days I lean towards Zerto. Some days I lean towards Jai. Zerto's good, though. He only lost to Bivol. I do remember that. Hey, I do remember this guy, Pat, because I remember him fighting the same way. Tall and not really using his jab as much as he should be with his range that he has, a superior range. He's a pretty good boxer, though. He going crazy with that right hook, though. Orthodox. I mean, sorry, southpaw. Oh, he just caught one on the chin. This guy in the blue shorts, the Ghanaian fighters, he's a little bit sloppy, but he definitely has a motor. He's throwing them hands. So the Nigerian, he definitely has to, there you go. Use that jab, work behind that jab, and follow it with a straight left. He's trying to use the range, but the guy with the blue shorts trying to bulldog him, which he should do. But he got to stick that jab out as he's coming in. Ooh, nice 1-2, then a right hook to the body from the Nigerian in the black and yellow shorts. We have the Nigerian fighter in the black and yellow, like Wiz Khalifa. Black and yellow, black and yellow. That's a throwback. And then we got the Ghanaian fighter in the blue and white. Yeah, he too conservative, man. But yeah, I definitely remember him from the Grand Prix. I like Zaquid Moses. But I definitely think it's at least 5 prospects better than him. I like Zaquid Moses too. But once again, you know, I'm just not, I don't really get, it takes me a little minute to get convinced. So, but yeah, I like so far what I see. I like what I see so far from even Emiliano Vargas, you know, Scooter Davis, Carmel Moten. I just can't tell you how good they are. I gotta see, you know. Oh, hold on now. You can't hit him while he on the ground, bro. The Ghanaian fighter. Hey, he's lucky too. I'm glad that wasn't called a knockdown, but hey, that could have been. That could have been called a knockdown, so it depends on what ref it was. I'm glad he didn't call it a knockdown. And Deniji almost caught one while he was vulnerable on the ground, man. Black and yellow, black and yellow, like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yusuf and Deniji. Oh, that's who you says get on your nerves, Heaven Sent? Yeah, he got to use his height to his advantage, man. He got to watch some Tommy Hitman Hearns, man. That's what, because I'm tall for when I used to box for my division I was in at 140. I was tall, you know, 5'11". My trainer used to have me watch a lot of Hitman Hearns because I like to fight. But he was like, yeah, you could fight, but you got to know when to use your range as well. You know, do a mixture of both. And Tommy Hitman Hearns, who I actually met, dope dude. There you go, Adeniji. There you go. Go behind that 1-2. Oh, he going off right now. Got him pinned up against the ropes, letting his hands go. But he's smothering himself. He's getting a little bit too close. We got 5 seconds left of this third round. Right back at it. That's a long 5 seconds. What's up with the bell? It should be over with now. There you go. That was a long 5 seconds, chat. That was the longest 5 seconds I've ever seen in my life. Hey, go check out the last video I just dropped, man. I dropped a new video, the 168-pound ranking super middleweight. Dr. Boxer Talks 168-pound super middleweight rankings, man. You know, I dropped that today. Go check it out. I dropped it about an hour ago. Go check it out, man. I'm sure you will enjoy it. Let me know what you think about it. If you like it, you know, let me know in the comments too. You know, don't be scared to get no compliments now. But if you also want to critique it, please don't be afraid to do that either. I like to hear the, you know what I'm saying, what you agree with, what you disagree with, what you're in concurrence, what you were in concurrence with, what you are, you know, firmly against, what you think I got right, what you think I got wrong. Round number 4, let's get it. Oh man, blue and white is coming with the big left hooks, right hooks. Big left hook to the overhand right. He's a little wild. And Deniji just has to keep his composure, see these big shots coming. And if he can see these big shots coming and evade them and counter, the Ghanaian fighter in the blue and white shorts is wide open for the counters all night. The referee warning the Ghanaian fighter not choke him out. He's trying to choke him out and stuff. Keep him in a headlock for a long period of time. We're in the 4th round. Nice jab from the Nigerian fighter, Indonesia. He said, the card out here, Nakatani Inoue is next for them. Yeah. Inoue and Nakatani is next in 2026. Good Lord willing, after the December 27th card. Well, y'all gotta watch the videos, bro. I be dropping videos on this. Nakatani Inoue is fighting David Allen Picasso Romero on December 27th, and his co-main is Junto Nakatani versus the undefeated Mexican fighter Sebastian Hernandez. And then if they both win, Nakatani and Inoue, that is, then they'll have their all Japanese mega fight, super showdown in Japan next year. So, good Lord willing, everything goes accordingly. We'll get Nai Inoue versus Junto Nakatani because the card in December 27th is promoted and kicked as Japan versus the world, right? So primarily it was initially going to be Japan versus Mexico, but they didn't have enough Mexican fighters to fight some of the fighters for Japan that they had, so they changed it to Japan versus the world. So Nai Inoue is fighting a Mexican contender for the WBC, David Allen Picasso Romero. Junto Nakatani, obviously Japanese, is fighting his super bantamweight 122-pound debut against Mexican fighter Sebastian Hernandez. Kishiro Taraji is fighting somebody. I can't remember who he's fighting. I believe he's fighting a Cuban fighter. And somebody else is on there. I think Reito Sutsumi is fighting a German fighter. Something like that. I don't remember. But yeah. Takuma Inoue versus Tenshin Nasukawa. Yeah, I tell you, that's going to be a good one. That's for I believe that's for what belt is that for? It's for a vacant belt. I think it's for the vacant belt, the WBC belt that Junto Nakatani vacated when he moved up to 122. Because remember, Junto Nakatani was a unified champion. He had the WBC IBF because he beat Ryosuke Nishida, and he had the Ring Magazine belt at 118 bantamweight. Then he moved up since he's about to have his debut, and he vacated the WBC belt. And Takuma Inoue versus Tenshin Nasukawa will be fighting for that vacant WBC belt. Hey, chat, come on, man. You see how I just spit all that right there, Oscar? Come on, man. Come on, man. What other boxing content? Tell me now, chat. All honesty. Go look up everything I just said. If it's not right, unfollow me. Unsubscribe. What other boxing content creator could spit that out the top of my head, off the top of their head right there, without referencing BoxRec or anything? They don't be watching boxing like I do, man. We be the boxing commentators and content creators be a bunch of fakers, man. They don't be watching boxing like that, man. I promise. I promise. I promise they don't. I promise they don't. Like that goofball with what's his name? What's the guy that was from Saved by the Bell? Mario Lopez. I like him, but his co-host Steve something. He's an idiot. He don't know nothing about boxing. But talk about fighters and fights like he knows what he's talking about. That's a problem right there, man. We have too many fakers and perpetrators in boxing, bro. Way too many, bro. People in there, and we just listen to them like they know what they're talking about. He couldn't tell you 2 people that Tank fought. 2 people that Shakur fought. Man, don't know nothing about boxing, bro. You can just go look at what they talk about when they tweet. Straight opinions, bro. It's fine to put opinions. Don't get me wrong. It's supposed to be opinion and subjective, but you got to have some objectivity in there too. You got to drop some facts, and don't just push how you feel all the time. Emotional, trash. Too many boxing pundits and commentators don't have no clue what they're talking about. Oh yeah, oh, this guy punches good. I like him. Oh yeah, he's the best. Don't know nothing about nothing. Don't know who's a champion. Don't know nothing. Don't know who was a champion. Don't know who's a contender. If they like you, you're good, no matter who you fight. If they don't like you, you're bad, no matter who you fight. It's crazy, man. We have 1 minute and 30 seconds left in this nice fight right here, man. How many of them you think are watching the WBC Grand Prix? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Oster says, you crazy, bro. Usyk, Bivol, no space for those guys. What did Oster say? Number 1, Terrence. Number 2, number 3, the Hunter, Canelo, at the rest, except Shiraz. For the rankings at 168? Shout out to Oster. Oster. I think he's talking about the 168 rankings, Pat. Not pound for pound. He's talking about I just did a 168 rankings list. Peel Out says, dude, that fight is gonna be crazy, man. I hope so, man. I hope Nakatani wins, but hey, if anyway wins, he earns that. He said, you do have the best live, man. Shout out to you, Peel Out. Thank you, bro. I'm playing the horn for you right now, but you can't hear it. I can only hear it on my end. He said, you do have the best lives though, Doc, for real. All these other content creators be biased or having trolls in their chat. Appreciate it, Peel Out. We will. We gonna get right. Oh boy, he hit him with another low blow. Oh, this guy, he's getting kind of dirty, man. The Ghanaian fighter getting a little bit dirty. They got to get the referee has to establish some decorum in the ring. But then I will say this too, and not trying to be too hard on the Nigerian fighter, but Yusuf, he gotta establish himself a little more too. Hey, thank you so much, Peel Out, for that compliment, man. That means a lot. Like I said, man, compliments go a long way, bro. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Going into round 6, that was round 5 right there. The Phenom international boxer was so silent when Spence lost. Biggest Spence the hugger I've seen. Oh, really? Honestly, bro, I like Spence too, but I don't understand demonizing or villainizing a fighter. Like, don't get me wrong, if the fighter's bad, he's bad. Or like, it's like a bad person or whatever, but don't make up stuff just because this guy's fighting this person, so he's an enemy. Like, what? This is sports, bro. This not that serious, dog. I was going for Spence too. I like Spence more than I like Bud, but I like Bud a lot as well, But Bud won, that was great. The way Bud won, that was crazy. Shout out to Bud. Bud also beat Canelo. That was great. Why would I be mad at Bud for winning? I don't understand that. I can't relate to that, man. Like I said, a lot of these people, man, they be having platforms, and because there's a lot of idiots out there, so idiots tend to align with idiocy and get attracted to idiocy, man. So they like the super fangirl stuff. Like you see a lot of these Tank fans. I'm a Tank fan, but you see a lot of these Tank fans now they're switching it up on Tank. It's crazy. I thought you liked Tank though. Oh, but now you don't like him because of some personal stuff. Oh, okay. So that proves that you didn't like him as a boxer. You liked him more. You liked him because you want to live vicariously through him, or you like the clothes he wears, or you like the girls he's dating, or you like the car he drives. You're weird, bro. Now all of a sudden you don't like him because he said something you don't like now. Now you beef it with the fighter that you're supposed to be the biggest fan of. Weird, bro. You're weird, dog. But people gonna gravitate towards it. They're gonna like it. And that person, that content creators fans are also gonna not like Tank now too, or they're gonna feel torn. It's goofy, man. You be personalizing stuff too much, bro. Just be, and that's what Tank be talking about when he said just be a fan. Talk about the sport and stuff like that. But you over here being these people groupies and acting like you know them personally, and you don't. You just like the way they fight. Now it backfired. Now you look stupid. I don't care how many people you have in your chat. I don't care how many people you have in your chat. How many people say this? You look stupid, bro. You like a groupie. I just like fighters for fighting, bro. That's it. 1 minute and 22 seconds left in the 6th round. Nice right hook from Yusuf. Nice 1-2 for Yusuf again. You see, that's the thing. See, Yusuf, he another low blow from the Ghanaian fighter. Yusuf, he's just going in too much, bro. Like, he's doing good with his 1-2s and fighting, but he has to fight behind his 1-2. You got to fight behind. Like, he's going in, and once he gets him on the ropes, he'll, like, go a little bit too close and allows a Ghanaian fighter to wrap him up and stuff like that. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, he's throwing a lot of low blows. He might need a DQ. Facts. He said sports is really serious though. It is serious. People kill themselves over this shit. That don't mean that it's right. No, that you shouldn't kill yourself over sports. So that it can be serious. That just means that you're retarded as well. You know, there's a lot of things that can be serious. There's people that kill themselves over video games. You shouldn't do that. I don't mean that it's that serious. It just means that you're also an idiot. You know what I'm saying? So just because someone does dumb stuff, they called it DQ. I agree with that. That was clearly a low blow. Yeah, that was good. That was a good call. I'm not mad at that at all. But he was warned a lot, and he kept repeatedly, habitually, frequently throwing low blows. So get him up out of there, man. Clean that up, bro. But he said over themselves over this shit. As sports figures do weird stuff to themselves, still don't mean to be one of those type of fans. Just be a regular fan. Yeah, nah, I mean, it's never that serious, bro. Like, especially if you call yourself a grown man, it's never that serious. It's never justified. It's never okay. That's just weird. It's like I can't even call myself a Canelo fan or a Tank fan because then people would think that I'm one of the maniacs. Or nah, I'm not like that. I'm a fan of them as far as a fan of the sport. But some of these people, like I said, they think that they know that like they're related to the person, and they think nah, bro, it's never that serious, dog. Both fighters are fighting, and they're fighting to win. So respect both the fighters, all the fighters, to some degree. That don't mean you gotta like every fight. I'm not saying I like every fighter either, but some of these people, Yusuf Adeniji, Hakimos Amja. Is it Amja or Ampia? I couldn't really see. The Ghanaian YN got a DQ, yes sir. But yeah, I just think that but you paint yourself in a corner now, because let's say that you are all of. That's why I be wondering what these boxing content creators do. Like, I'm not pointing out anybody. I'm just using Tank as an example because I like Tank. But let's say like a Shakur boxing channel, right? When you make your boxing channel around one boxer, what happens when that boxer loses? Will you just jump on the bandwagon of another boxer? And I asked, shout out to my brother Ty. Me and Ty had this conversation before because I was really curious. Like, when you make your channel about Teofimo, or you make your channel about Canelo, or you make your channel about Gervonta, you make your channel solely about Floyd, and what happens when those fighters lose or they retire? You just go and just jump on the next man's lap? What you sound like? You sound like a prostitute. That's why I'm so glad, we have a boxing channel over here. This is a boxing channel, not a boxer's channel. This is a boxing channel. Don't forget to smack that like button, man. This is a boxing channel. I mean, I like the sport of boxing. There's some fighters I like more than others, but this is not a Nakatani channel. This is not a Inoue channel. This is not a Teofimo channel. This is not a Canelo channel. This is not a Tank Davis channel. This is not a Shakur channel. This is not a Crawford channel. It's not a Bivol channel. It's not a Usyk channel. It's a boxing channel. It's not a boxer's channel. It's not a boxer's groupie page. Gotta hold them L's right. Hey, Doctor, you come with decent arguments about your 168 top 10, but Pacheco quite far. Hey, Pat, talk to me, Pat. I knew I was gonna get some heat for the Pacheco. I knew Pacheco. I kind of struggle with Pacheco, but I mean, I talk about it if you listen, man. I actually talk about it like, man, this was gonna. I know this was gonna rub. Hey, shout out to my brother Average, someone in the building. What's good, brethren? This is an Inaway hate channel. It's crazy. I rock with Inaway, man. I try to hold everybody to the same standard, man. I try to hold everybody to the same standard, man. You took account about Glaciers' performances, especially the last. Shout out to you. I appreciate it. But Pacheco quite far. I would not put Charlo in top 10 yet, personally. I feel that. I feel that. I feel that. I knew Charlo was going to be a little questionable, and I knew Pacheco was going to be questionable. And I even think some people are going to question about Martinez and then Billy, but I think other than that, it's pretty solid. Shout out to my brother Average. I understand them because they get their knowledge from the internet. They don't know boxing, so they supposed to sound like a big dummy. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. Shout out to Balmoral Group Promotions. You see the guy has a shirt on. The Nigerian Yusuf Adeniji. He has a Balmoral Group Promotions. They are a Nigerian-based boxing promotions. They do other things too besides boxing, kind of like Matchroom. But they are Nigerian-based boxing promotions. I don't know if you noticed that the announcer has on green and white. Those are the Nigerian flag colors. You know what I'm saying? Put you up on game so you learn something. You feel me? Big up Nigeria. Yeah, the Balmoral Group Promotions are a Nigerian-based boxing company that, along with Amir Khan Promotions and The Zone and all that, put on this boxing event on a Wednesday. Hump Day. Marcus Brown versus Brandon Glanton. I do question Martinez and Billy a little bit too. Where would you put him, bro? Hey, it's tough, man. Come on, man. It's tough. But yeah, I don't know. So you nicer than me. I don't think there's any excuse to be a big dummy. Not when you're an adult or you're mature. We have Google, man. It's too easy to get information, you know. So I'm not saying you gotta know everything. Nobody knows everything. I don't either. But you know, you can't just because you like somebody think that they're the best, and if you don't like somebody, they can't do no good. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's like whether you like Tank or not, you can't tell me that Tank hasn't fought anybody. You might want Tank to fight more people. I do too. I want him to fight Shakur. I want him to fight whoever else. You know what I'm saying? Keyshawn or Raymond Murataya or anybody in his division or around his division, 140, 135. I want Tank to fight too. But that doesn't eliminate the fact that he fought Ryan Garcia, who people like for whatever reason, Rolly Romero, Leo Santa Cruz, Isa People Cruz. You see what I'm saying? Hector Garcia, Lamont Roach. Whether you like it or not, it is what it is, man. A lot of people that Tank fought, Mario Barrios, people are trying to fight after he fights them. These are the facts. That's actually factual, man. Whether you like it or not. And a lot of people that Tank fought, people are trying to fight him after he fought them. So that means that I'm not saying they're trying to be like him. I mean, you could say that too, but what I'm saying is that emphasizes that he's fighting and beating good guys because other guys are still targeting them, and people would think that they're good opponents for other guys. You see what I'm saying? So that is what it is. I'm not saying that he's not disappointing. Of course he's disappointing me. I want to see him fight Shakur. I want to see him fight Lamont Roach rematch priority. I want him to prioritize that. I want him to see him fight Teofimo, Devin Haney, all these people, but it doesn't eliminate what you have done. You see what I'm saying? And it's crazy that those same people will say that, oh, Tank is such a disappointment, but some people that they like never fought a Hall of Famer. They have no Hall of Famer on their resume. You know, it's so crazy that people are so full of hate. I said that Leo Santa Cruz is going to be a Hall of Famer. Somebody told me that I was crazy. I'm crazy to say Leo Santa Cruz, who's a multi-division champion. He's retired at 30. Well, he hasn't officially retired, but he hasn't boxed in 3 years, right? And that's the term that you have to have your last fight. You have to have had stopped fighting for 3 years to be eligible for the Hall of Fame. A lot of people don't even know that. But anyway, it was 5 years. They got reduced to 3. Last time Leo Santa Cruz fought is in 2022. He just hasn't officially announced his retirement. But when he's eligible to be in the Hall of Fame, you better believe Leo Santa Cruz is a Hall of Famer. So someone telling me I'm crazy, not because they actually think I'm crazy, it's just because they don't like Gervonta Tank Davis. So they're trying to say that Leo Santa Cruz is not that good. You're an idiot. He's a multi-division. I want to say he's like a 3 or 4 division champion. Is he 3 or 4? I think he might be 4. I know for sure he's at least 3. And he's 38 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw. You tell me a multi-division champion with 38 wins, 3 losses, 2 losses, and 1 draw. Is it 3 losses and 1 draw? One of them he avenged. That's not a Hall of Famer. I bet my bottom dollar he's going to be a Hall of Famer. So it just shows me that people don't know nothing about boxing, dog. So it's more about who you like than it is about what they've done. If you could look me in my face and tell me that you don't think Leo Santa Cruz is going to be in the Hall of Fame, I think you're an idiot. Yeah. 38 wins. He has 2 losses. 2 losses. 4 division. Thank you, Tay. 4. So you telling me a 4 division champion who retired 38 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw. He's not a Hall of Famer? Okay. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. If you don't think Leo Santa Cruz is a Hall of Famer, you're crazy. I ain't gonna lie to you. And you don't know people that's been inducted in the Hall of Fame, because there's been people with less accomplishments that are in the Hall of Fame than Leo Santa Cruz. Take fought great opponents. He just didn't fight his nemesis. That's all. Yeah, I'm not mad at anybody wanting him to do more. What I'm saying is that I want him to fight Shakur. You know me, I was on his head top. I think he ducked Lamont Roach. This is coming from a Tank fan. He's ducking Lamont Roach until he fights him, because I was a close fight. There's no reason not to fight Lamont Roach again. I need you to fight Lamont Roach. However, I could still acknowledge that he fought Isaac Pitbull Cruz, who became a champion at 140. He still fought a current champion in Rolly Romero, who's a champion at 147 WBA. He also beat a current champion for 147 WBC in Mario Barrios. He also beat Hector Luis Garcia. You want to say he was moving up? That's cool, but he was still a champion. The guy that he had a draw with, or he lost to when he took the infamous knee, Lamont Roach, he was coming up as well, but he was also a champion. Nick Ball fought 2 guys back-to-back consecutively that weren't champions. One guy coming off a stoppage loss at the weight class below, and nobody complained. Nick Ball fought TJ Doheny and Sam Goodman, 2 guys coming up from 122. No one's complaining. Rafael Espinosa is about to fight Arnold Kagai. No one's complaining. Who the heck is Arnold Kagai? I know who he is, but how many people know who he is? Right. Okay. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, man. I don't know. No, hey, where my brother average someone? I don't even want to talk about it anyway, because then I'll be hating. You know, I don't want to talk about it anyway. Shout out to anyway, but I don't want to talk about it anyway. You know what time it is. Man fought Ramon Cardenas, Yi Jun Kim. About to fight David Allen Picasso Romero. I gave him Akhmadali. That's a great fight. Akhmadali. Vandal's a great win. But he fights guys that you never heard of. But you talk about Tank though. I'm just saying, bro. Just keep it funky, man. Just keep it honest, man. People were mad at Canelo for fighting Edgar Berlanga. Edgar Berlanga was ranked #1 in the WBA when he fought him. Where was Yi Jun Kim ranked? Where was Ramon Cardenas ranked? What was their experience? Shout out to my brother Jay Sharp in the building. Yeah, average. I didn't want to say it, bro. And people think I be hating. I think Inouye's a beast, bro. I love his activity. Don't get me wrong. I'd rather Terrence Crawford be as active as Inoue as opposed to fighting 1 time a year and fighting great quality, outstanding opponents. But because he's not, that doesn't take away from what he's doing. So yeah, Inoue fights more times than Bud. But Bud is also older than Inoue, and he has more fights. So if your quantity still doesn't bring you up to the same quantity that he fought, why does it matter how many times you're fighting? Because Terrence Bud Crawford still fought more anyway. Inoue has 30-something fights. Terrence Crawford has 42 fights. Simple math. So even though he's fighting more times a year, Terrence Crawford still has more fights altogether. So, and the 1 time he's fighting a year, he's fighting guys that are Hall of Famers, future Hall of Famers, and on the pound-for-pound list. 2 out of the 3 people that he fought were on the pound-for-pound list with him. Errol Spence and Canelo. That's super quality. And then Israel Madrimov, when he fought him, was an undefeated champion that people didn't really want to fight. Those are his last 3 fights. So it's super quality. So it depends on what you want. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love the fact that Inouye's active, though. Don't get me wrong. But let's not act like he's active in fighting pound-for-pound guys. He's not doing that. He's active in fighting guys that you don't really know. Like, same with Ja Pataya. People say Ja Pataya is a boogeyman. I like Ja Pataya. He's a beast. But he just fought Claudio Squeo. Who the heck is Claudio Squeo? The guy never fought outside of Italy until he fought Ja Pataya. So it's like we could talk about Zerto. On the other hand, Zerto has had 5 fights at cruiserweight. All of them have been impactful. His first fight was against Joe Smith, a guy who fought Bivol and Beterbiev. His next fight was against Arsen Goulamarian. That's when Zerto won the WBA belt. You see what I'm saying? His next fight after that was who? Chris Billiam Smith, I think, for a WBO unification at cruiserweight. And then his 4th fight after that was who? Who did he just fight? Junio Dorticos, his WBA mandatory. So he ain't been bull jiving. He ain't been lollygagging. He ain't been pussyfooting. He's been the one that's really been handling business. Ja Pataya's last opponents were freaking Claudio Squeo, David Nika, which is not his fault because Hussein Sakara was his mandatory. David Nika was his replacement once Hussein Sakara got injured, but still, it doesn't change what it is. He fought Claudio Squeo, who never fought outside of Italy before. He fought David Nika, who had 10 wins and he wasn't a champion. I mean, he wasn't mandatory. He fought Jack One Smack Massey. He fought Jordan Thompson. Come on, bro. We're not going, bro. I know too much boxing. I'm not going. I'm not going, bro. So I'm not saying that Zerto is doing everything right, but we're not going to pretend like other fighters are doing everything right and critique other fighters for actually doing more in reality than you're giving them credit for. If Ja Battaglia was fought the people that Zerto fought, oh, you'd go crazy. If Zerto fought the people that Ja Battaglia fought, and Ja Battaglia fought the people that Zerto fought, oh man, they'll be killing Zerto. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Let's be fair. That's all I'm saying. That's almost his whole resume, though. Hey, chill out. Hey, hold on, bro. Watch your mouth, bro. Watch your mouth. You right. Hey, you right, though. I will say that. Zerto, outside of his cruiserweight, he's been kind of shaky, right? He has a lot of fluff. He's like a Jaime Munguia, has a lot of fluff. But like Jaime Munguia, he has a couple good fights in there too. You see what I'm saying? Like he lost to Bivol. Don't get me wrong, but he has a couple opponents that are recognizable. You feel me? What's my boy's name? What's my boy's name? I can't remember his name right now. I can see him. He fought on Pro Box a couple months ago. Oh man, you know what I'm talking about, man. I can't think of his name right now. Bro. Let me look him up. I cannot think of his name. I can see his face. I can't think of Buddy's name, bro. I'm gonna tell you right now. Give me a second. Dang, what's my boy's name, man? I'm not talking about. I know he fought Arthur Abram too, but that was an older Arthur Abram. Shout out to Jesse Hart too. I remember he fought Jesse Hart. I'm talking about my boy. What's his name, man? Sullivan Barrera. That was a good win. Sullivan Barrera is who I was thinking of. Zerto got a couple sprinkled in there, like Jaime Munguia got a couple sprinkled in there. You know, he got a Takeshi Inoue in there. He got a Sergey Derevchenko in there. You know what I'm saying? He got a John Gorilla Ryder sprinkled in there. So, but a lot of it is a lot of fluff. That's a fact. That's a golden boy way, all right? We were talking about the top rank way. The top rank is take their prospects and give them light touches for a long time. The golden boy way is to have a lot of. They value quantity over quality, so have a lot of fluff. The PBC way is to not have you as active as we would like. You know, and the Matchroom way is to call out everybody and offer pennies for it and then make it seem like you're getting ducked. So they all have their own little MOs, you know. Is Leo not already inducted? Nah, he's not in the Hall of Fame yet. He hasn't officially retired yet, Pat. His last fight was in 2022, so 3 years ago. He would have just been eligible this year, but he hasn't officially. You know, you have to announce your retirement, so it's not just about inactivity. It's also about when you officially retire. He hasn't officially retired yet, but as soon as he officially retires, he'll be eligible because he'll be inactive for effectively 3 years because his last fight was in 2022. So. Jaime Munguia gave us a 40-pack of that. Hey, chill, bruh. Chill out, bruh. Chill out, bro. On everyone. That's crazy. That's crazy, Average. No, I didn't, bro. Similar to the Chavez criticism, he had a lot of fights, but with some less than lower. Yeah, facts. I agree. That's a perfect. That's a great similarity you just called. Great comparison. Exactly. One Roach versus Pitbull. Come on now. One Roach versus Pitbull headline and Tank fought both of them. Come on now, Tufo. He said Barrios versus Pac-Man. Come on now. And Ryan versus Rolly was all headliners pay-per-view this year. Come on now, Tufo. Having all former opponents headline pay-per-views in a year is far from fighting nobodies. Come on now. But the nobodies will go on to beat somebody. Those nobodies go on to beat somebodies to become champions, though. And Mario Barrios, Rolly Romero, Aesop Pitbull Cruz. You feel me? Because it's funny though that you just said that, Tufo. I actually said that on Twitter. Go check it out, man. Hey, y'all follow me on Twitter, man. You know what I'm saying? Follow your boy on Twitter, man. Dr. Boxing Talk on Twitter. You feel me? Let's get these likes up so we get more interviews and stuff, because people be superficial like that. They don't see you have a lot of follows, then they ain't gonna respond to you and stuff. So let's get these follows up and stuff like that. It's free support. You feel me? But on Twitter, I said that. I said exactly that. But let me show. See, that's why. Hey, that's why you my folk. That's why I rock with you, folk. That's why I rock with you. That's my folk right there, man. Shout out to Tufo, man. That's my guy. I'm gonna show you exactly. Bro, Tufo just said that. Like, I promise you, he must have saw my tweet, because that's exactly what I said, bro. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna learn you. Give me a second. I'm gonna show you. He said that like he saw that. Me and my boy be here, man. He said that like he saw my tweet, bro. Here it is, right here. I'm gonna show you right here. Let me mute this so I can. Wait, can y'all hear this? Y'all probably can't even hear this, huh? Because I know my volume stuff is messed up. Can y'all hear this?
Leo Santa Cruz.
No, Leo Santa Cruz.
Rolly Romero is up.
Can y'all let me know if you type 1 if you can hear this?
I said heavy. Let me finish.
Yeah, but none of those guys are the best fighter in the division, Malik. Right. Like, so he's fighting. This.
Great minds think alike. You feel me?
Leo Santa Cruz.
No, Leo Santa Cruz.
Rolly Romero is a
okay, thank you.
I said heavy. Let me finish.
Yeah, but look at Lamont. He didn't even let. First of all, you know I don't like Malik Scott. You know what I'm saying? What he did to Deontay Wilder was terrible. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like that should be malpractice for how he trained Deontay Wilder. But listen to what he said, and look at LaShawn McCoy's. Thank you, Heaven Sent. Thank you, Pat. Thank y'all. Thank you, Pill Out. Listen to his reaction when he says Rolly.
Rolly Romero is a Rolly. I said heavy. Let me finish.
Yeah, but none of those guys.
He didn't even let him finish say he's heavy-handed. But this guy said Rolly.
Romero is a Rolly. I said.
LaShawn, look at his face. He like, you could tell that he's just a hype job, bro. He's just acting. Shout out to LaShawn McCoy, Shady McCoy, beast of a football player. His boxing knowledge, nothing close to being on par with somebody who should be able to be speaking about boxing with somebody like Max Kellerman. And I'm not trying to gatekeep. I'm just telling you what it is. Look at this man's face. You think he knows that Rolly Romero is a champion right now? You wouldn't make that face if you didn't think Rolly Romero was, if you knew Rolly Romero was a champion right now. You also wouldn't make that face if you just told me last week when you was gosh dang being a groupie and salivating over Ryan Garcia. Rolly Romero beat Ryan Garcia. If Ryan Garcia would have beat Rolly, I guarantee you he would have gave him credit for Rolly. That's the hypocrisy of it all. Look at that face he just made. But look at the face. Because he said Rolly. And all he said was Rolly hits hard. He didn't even say Rolly was good. He just got upset because you named Rolly for Tank. But if you named Rolly for Ryan, oh, he would have been cool. That's the stuff I be talking about, bro. That's the double standards I be talking about. You can't give one person credit for a fighter and not give the other person credit for the same fighter just because you think Tank is good. So that means you don't think Ryan Garcia is good. But you were just telling me last time that Max Kellerman said that Ryan Garcia could be the face of boxing. Ryan Garcia was on the set and LaShawn McCoy was just talking about how good Ryan Garcia is. Ryan Garcia lost to Rolly. He got dropped in the process. But anyway, so this is what he said. He said, so Max Kellerman said Tank is not good, right? So this is what I said right here. This is my tweet that I said that we got 38 likes, man. Go like that tweet. But anyway, I said Rolly equals a champion because like I said, Max Kellerman and them, if you have your opinion on Tank, that's cool. I'm not saying Tank is the best. But to say that he's not doing anything, he hasn't done anything, I said Rolly equals a champ. If Ryan won, they'd give him credit. Pitbull was a champ. Ryo was given credit for beating him. Am I lying? Tell me where I'm lying, Ty. Leo Santa Cruz is a Hall of Famer. Tell me where I'm lying, Tufo. Shout out to my brother Irony in the building. What's good, brethren? Jay Sharp said his face is like he ate a crepe. You feel me? Jay Sharp, tell me where I'm lying. Barrios equals a champ. If Pacquiao would have won, they'd given him credit also, right? Because they would have said, oh, Pacquiao was old and he beat a champion in Rolly Romero. And then I said, we want Tank to fight Shakur and others. Because I do. I want Tank to fight Shakur and others. But don't diminish what he's done already. Tell me where I'm lying, chat. You don't, bro, Rolly, you don't think Ryan Garcia would have got credit for beating Rolly? Ryan Garcia would be in the rankings right now. Rolly's not even in the rankings for the, let me show you, bro. Let me show you, bro. I made a video about this. I want to show you. I'm gonna show you how much. And Ring Magazine, I'm especially disappointed in because they're supposed to know better, right? The Ring Magazine. Let's go to the welterweight rankings. These are the welterweight rankings for the Ring Magazine. Number 1, Brian. There's no Ring Magazine champion. That's cool because it was Boots, right? Boots moved up to 154. Brian Norman, the WBO champion, ranked number 1. I'm cool with that. I like Brian Norman. Number 2 is Stanionis, the former, not current, the former WBA champion is ranked number 2, and Monte Stanionis. I like Stanionis. Shout out to him. He just had a bounce back win last week from losing the Boots. Dope. That's cool. Number 3 is Giovanni Santillan, the guy that Brian Norman had a knockout, a stupendous, spectacular, phenomenal, gosh dang, picture perfect knockout win over. Giovanni Santillan is ranked number 3. Rohan Polanco is ranked number 4. Shakram Giyashov is ranked number 5. Shakram Giyashov, who's ranked number 1 as the mandatory for the WBA belt. Stanionis is the former WBA champion, ranked number 2. Giyashov is the mandatory for the WBA belt. He's ranked number 5. Alexis Rocha. His best win is what? Blair the Flair. Woo, Cobbs. He also lost to Giovanni Santillan. Alexis Rocha is ranked number 6. He also lost to Speedy Rashidi too, right? Wait, keep it going. Raul Curio, number 7. I'm not mad. Mario Barrios, the WBC champion, is ranked number 8. Manny Pacquiao, who had a draw with Mario Barrios, is ranked number 9. Echo Esuman is ranked number 10. Now check this out, chat. Rolly Romero is the WBA champion. Let me say that again. Rolly Romero is the WBA champion. The WBO champion is right here with Brian Norman. The WBC champion is right here with Mario Barrios. The IBF champion is Lewis Crocker, but these rankings haven't been updated since he won, so that's why he's not here. But the guy who's the former champion for the WBA belt is number 2. The guy who is the mandatory for the WBA belt is number 5. But the actual guy who's the champion of the WBA belt is nowhere to be seen. Make it make sense. I'll tell you why. Because Rolly Romero was very vocal about his unsavory and negative experience with Riyadh season. And Turkey didn't like that. And I like Turk. But this is clear favoritism. Or lack of favoritism. Because if Ryan Garcia would have beat Rolly and he would have been the WBA champion, you could bet your bottom dollar and good gosh dang believe that Ryan Garcia would be on this top 10 rankings if he was a WBA champion. But because he lost, the Rolly Romero, who is the WBA champion, he's not on this list. But the guy who's a mandatory to his belt is on this list. And the guy who was a former champion of his belt is on this list. Make it make sense. I challenge anybody to make that make sense. And if you think I'm lying, just in case you think I'm joking, hold on. Just in case you think I'm lying, hold on. Let me learn you real quick. 147, WBA champion, Rolly Romero. Number 1, Shakram Giyashov. Number 2, Stanionis. The only reason why Lewis Crocker, the IBF champion, is not there yet is because it just happened. They haven't updated their rankings yet. I guarantee he's going to be on there. And you know who's not? Rolly. It's the Bible of boxing, right? I thought if you're going to compare yourself to the Bible, you should at least be righteous. That's what the Bible stands for, righteousness. What's righteous about showing favoritism and not giving a champion credit to be on your top 10 rankings, but you put Raul Curio, Rohan Polanco, and Alexis Rocha on your top 10 rankings? Get the freak out of here, bro. Stop it, bro. Stop it, bro. Let's be fair now. But that's why we here. We gonna keep him true. Yeah, and Rolly's fighting Manny Pacquiao, who's ranked number 9. Somehow a guy, and I like Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao is a legend. One of the best boxers to ever do it. You know what I'm saying? Legendary boxer. He shouldn't be in the rankings from getting a draw with the champion and not fighting 4 years ago. Since 4 years ago. The ring is very political. I think even worse than the WBC, I must say. I'm with you on that, doctor. Come on now, Pat. I appreciate you, bro. Pacquiao is ranked for a tie. Ring Magazine is whack. Come on now. That's whack, bro. No. Catterall is fighting Essuman at 147. Catterall's not at 154. Catterall is fighting Echo Essuman at 147. We have Dan Aziz about to fight. Stanionis is going to 154. You think so? He just fought. His last fight was at 147. He might go to 154. He better not, though. LaShawn McCoy is out. Yeah, he's there to hype. He's there for hype. He entertainment, not for boxing knowledge. Yes. Shout out to Shady. Yeah, shout out to him as a football player, but nah. The man made a face like he said something crazy. yeah, you get credit for beating Rolly Romero because Ryan Garcia would have got credit for beating Rolly Romero. What are we talking about? Rolly Romero is not trash. I know the old man Ishmael Barroso made him look bad, but if you're not good, you're not going to beat Rolly. Eastside People Cruz did his thing, but Eastside People Cruz is decent too. I'm not saying these guys are the best, but anyway, my point is that Tank should get credit for beating Rolly Romero. He was the first person to beat him, and he stopped him. What are we talking about? We're giving Oscar Iglesias credit for beating Vladimir Shishkin. And that's good, but Iglesias wasn't the first person to beat Shishkin. And when he beat him, he didn't become a champion, and he didn't defend a championship belt, and Shishkin has never been a champion himself. But we give Iglesias credit, and rightfully so. He should get credit for beating Shishkin. But we don't give Tank and Canelo credit for beating Shishkin level type opposition. Shout out to Iglesias. He stopped Shishkin, but Shishkin already lost to Williams School. You see what I'm saying? So let's be fair, man. I'm not saying that we can't demand more. Of course, we should want more. We should desire more. But don't take away credit from where credit is due. Don't do that. There's a reason why you talk about Tank, because Tank has demonstrated stuff for you to get behind him. Like, they're not just giving out free meal tickets to young black men in America. Tank is popular because of the way that he wins against who he beat, and you like him for that. Now, some way along that process, things change for you. You don't like who he's fighting, or you don't appreciate. That's cool. But don't make it seem like, oh yeah, he just happened to stumble upon being a big popular boxer. No, it's not a charity case, bro. You don't like him because you're altruistic. If that was the case, then you would like other boxers that aren't heard of. You're not out here showing Gary Anton Russell love. You're not out here just randomly talking and salivating and drooling over, I don't know, Speedy Rashidi. So no, it's not a charity case. You like Tank because Tank entertains you. Let's not get it twisted. People make it seem like, oh, that the fighters they're doing the fighters a favor by watching their fights. If you don't want to watch it, you wouldn't watch it. You would treat him just like you treat Shakur, because you say Shakur is boring, so you don't want to watch him, so you dog him, you drag him and say, oh, this guy's trash. He's boring to watch. So don't make it seem like, oh, these guys that you like are just they just fell into stardom. No, bruh. There's something that you like them, not because you're an altruistic, kind, charitable person. You like him because it's doing something for you. And what's being done for you is being entertained through his phenomenal, fantastic, sensational, exciting style against the high caliber opponents that he's beating. That doesn't mean that he's doing it as of late, of course. You know what I'm saying? I would like to see him fight Lamont Roach and Shakur Stevenson. I'm disappointed he's not. But that don't erase what he's done to get there. Rolly's win over Ryan made me forget about the Barroso performance. Thanks. Oh yeah, that victory of Tank against Rolly is a great victory. Come on now. What the hell? Who said it's not, bro? That's what that. You see the face he made? Rolly. That LaShawn McCoy couldn't name you two. I guarantee you, LaShawn McCoy without referencing BoxRec, and I'm not knocking it, I'm just saying this is where we're getting our boxing information from. It's more like you said about hype than it is about substance. I guarantee you LaShawn McCoy could not name two people on Shakur's resume, Devin Haney's resume, Tank's resume, Ryan's resume, Lomachenko's resume. He couldn't name two people on any one of their resumes without referencing Google or BoxRec, but he's here to try to tell you who's elite and who's not. You don't even watch boxing like that, bro. Shut up. You don't even watch it like that, bro. You making a face at Rolly. Rolly's a champion right now. In real time. At 147 welterweight. And you making a face like you couldn't name me two people Rolly fought or beat. Without somebody giving it to you as far as, throwing you an alley-oop, bro. Stop it. A lot of these boxing pundits, man, same with that Steve Kim guy, whatever. That's with Mario Lobo. He's trash too. He don't know nothing about boxing. He thinks boxers just fight whoever they want. He doesn't know that sanctioning bodies actually mandate certain fights and approve certain fights or don't approve of certain fights. Like, people know these things when convenient. This man thinks it's just boxers just line up in the middle of the street and say we want to fight, and that's how the fight gets made. You freaking idiot. That might work for Canelo because he's the face of boxing. Everybody doesn't have that privilege. Dummy. You don't just go and sometimes you can't even fight a person because of your broadcast deal. You see what I'm saying? But you don't even know that. Sometimes if you fight on ESPN, if you fight with Top Rank, that means you're exclusive to ESPN. I might not be able to fight a PBC guy because they're exclusive to Amazon. There has to be another deal brokered in order for those fights to be facilitated. Sometimes you literally might be exclusive to the zone and you can't fight somebody else on Netflix. Case in point, Anthony Joshua and Jake Paul. That's why that fight fell through. Because Anthony Joshua could not fight off of the zone and Jake Paul wanted to fight on Netflix. That's why that deal fell apart. It's literally documented. But you want to talk about people could just fight whoever they want and not fight whoever they want. So you blame this fighter for this fight not happening, but you don't put no attention on the sanctioning bodies or the promoters or the people that are doing their job. You just omit all that and say, oh, it's the fighters. You don't know boxing, bro, and that's okay, but stop pretending. I know too much. I put too much time in this to let some goofball, idiot, ignorant buffoon sit up there and pretend and tell me all types of nonsense speaking on the side of their neck. They trash. A lot of these people get on these platforms because of nepotism and getting these positions because they know this person, know that. It's not because of what they know, it's because who they know. Bunch of trash. Bunch of garbage. Man, LaShawn McCoy made a face because somebody said that he beat Rolly. He didn't even let Malik Scott finish his thought. He said he was going to say Rolly's a good puncher. He wasn't even going to say Rolly was a good fighter, which there's nothing wrong with saying Rolly's a good fighter. Shakur, one of them dudes who was ducking Albert Bell. Hey. He said, I got proof. Hey, not everybody just outboxing Pitbull. Come on now. Not everybody just knocking Rolly out. Come on now. Not everybody stopping Ryan. Come on now. Barrio still ain't being stuck. Come on now. Come on now. I wish my notifications were working, man. My animations. But my boy 2-4 preacher right now. You need to face forward in your pulpit. You know, face forward in your pews. Pastor 2-4 is approaching the pulpit, man. He said, not everybody just outboxing Pitbull. Facts. Not everybody just knocking Rolly out. Facts. Not everybody stopping Ryan. Facts. Barrio still ain't been stopped. Facts. We got to see what Roach and Frank gonna do. Come on now. Bro. I can't say mark my words because 140 is pretty hot right now. But I've told you before and I'm telling you again. Frank the Ghost Martin will be a champion. And they're going to have to say the same thing. Frank Martin's going to be a champion, bro. Watch, bro. Frank Martin's going to be a champion, bro. Watch. And they're going to make another excuse as to why that victory didn't age well. People are stupid, Doc. Tell them just like an exclusive game for just come on now. That's a great analogy, Oster. He said just like an exclusive game for PS5, like an exclusive game for Xbox, so when business people have exclusive deals, you big dummy. Exactly. I'm not saying that it stops everything, but we literally see it in real time. Shout out to Dan Aziz, my bad, with the jab right now, snapping his opponent's head back. Sorry, I don't know his name. My bad. I was running my mouth. Ballsy claim, bro, but I love it. Thank you, Irony. Yeah, I said that before. I said no matter how this fight goes, if Tank wins, that Frank Martin's gonna be a champion, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Watch. 140's hot. 140's hot now. I don't know if he could beat Teofimo. I don't know if he could beat Gary Anton Russell. I don't know if he could beat Subaru Matias. Who else is a champion at 140? I don't know if he could beat Richards and Hitchens, but I think Frank Martin will be a champion again, bro. Yeah, Roach and Cruz supposed to be happening in December. Good Lord willing. Nothing signed yet, but that's just heavy speculation. And that's saying it with respect. I see boxers outboxing Cruz. Yeah, Dan Aziz with his Hagler. Oh, yeah, facts. Facts out there looking like Hagler. Facts. He said only way Frank going to be a champion, he get emailed to him or he go buy a belt. That's crazy. I have a different opinion on the emails, you know, like, and it doesn't matter if I like you or not. I don't think there's anything wrong with boots. Sometimes belts are occupied and sometimes somebody vacates a belt. You know what I'm saying? That's like saying, I know it was vacant at the time, but the winner of Lewis Crocker and Patty Donovan, the reason why that was for a belt is because Boots moved up. Are they email champs? You see what I'm saying? So I have a different opinion on the emails. It's like Abbas Barral. He was elevated after Terrence Crawford moved up, but he beat Jonas Tellis. Is he an email champ? You see what I'm saying? So I think that everybody doesn't get that email. You have to be a part of a exclusive buddy list to get the email, if you will. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to be in position to be elevated. So you know, I have a different opinion on it. I don't think that knocks anybody. Daniel Dubois was a quote unquote email champ because Alexander Usyk didn't vacate his belt in time. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Did he not beat Anthony Joshua? Of course he did. Or whoever he beat to get it. I mean, sorry, not Anthony Joshua. That was afterwards. Philip Hrgovic. If Hrgovic would have beat Dubois, Hrgovic would have got the email. But because Dubois won, he got the email. So like, you know, David Benavidez, is he any less of a champion because he got the email? You see what I'm saying? So Nah, bro. He still had to beat Morrell. If Morrell would have won, he would have got the email. So nah, bro. I'm not with all that email stuff. I think that's just the business. Once again, that's out of the fighter's control. That's out of the fighter's control. It's up to the sanctioning bodies and administrative bodies, the powers that be, to do their job. And that's what I was explaining to that idiot Steve Kim on the internet. He said, "Oh, I don't know what this guy's talking about." Yeah, of course you don't know what I'm talking about, because you don't know what boxing is. You don't really know boxing. But shout out to Oster. That's a good point, though. No, that's a good point, Oster. I agree with you. I don't know who he beats at 140. No, I don't, and I wasn't talking at you, Oster. I'm talking to you. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking with you, bro. I'm not trying to one up you. I'm saying that's a good point. I love that point, but I have a different opinion on it. Do I think Dan Aziz could beat Whitaker? Ooh, I have Ben Whitaker winning. Dan Aziz is good, but he's a little bit too robotic in his approach. I think Whitaker outboxes him. In my opinion, what you think? Didn't Tim Tszyu get emailed? But bro, there's so many people, Tay. It's like we pick and choose. You know what I'm saying? We pick and choose who we call who we disrespect with this email stuff. You know what I'm saying? They say Devin Haney email. They say Tang email. They say this person, that person email. Everybody at 140 is essentially emailed. Everybody at one, because when Terrence Crawford left, everybody's got to get emailed. He's undisputed. You see what I'm saying? Everybody essentially was emailed. If Bud had a belt at 154, which he did, the WBA belt, Abbas Barral was emailed. Bivol didn't fight Benavidez. That's how he got the WBC. Once Mauricio Solomon decided to strip Bivol, David Benavidez is emailed. Boots was emailed because Bud was undisputed at 147. Like I said, everybody at 147 was emailed. Brian Norman Jr. was emailed because he beat Giovanni Santillas for his interim belt. Then when Bud vacated the WBO, he was emailed. But we gotta stop it, bro. Barrios was emailed. But you know, we only focus on certain fighters when we want to talk about the disrespectful email stuff. You know, it's crazy. So many fighters are emailed. It's not the fighter's fault, man. The fighters fight, bro. You know, let me ask you something, bro. All jokes aside, does you think David Benavidez didn't want to fight for the belt and get the formality of walking around and having his belt presented to him after he lifts his hands up in victory of a win? You think they dream about getting an email or winning a belt outside of the ring? Of course they don't, but you can't control the politics. That's not even politics. You can't control the administrative bodies. You can't tell them when to strip somebody or when another fighter, when they should make another fighter vacate. The fighters just fight, bro. But when you don't like somebody, that's what I'm talking about. People are so unreasonable and so dumb. They don't know the real process and procedures of boxing. Boxing is the wild, wild west, but it's not. They do follow some type of protocol procedure, bro. Just because you're not hip to it or you're oblivious to it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. You're just ignorant. And I'm not saying ignorant because you don't know something. I'm saying ignorant because you don't know and you pretend like you know. That's a side of ignorance and idiocy. It's okay not to know something, but it's never okay to not know something and pretend like you do. That's the problem. That's the problem. And then a lot of them get employed to talk nonsense to the average fan, and the average fan don't know better. They just listen to these talking buffoons that don't know nothing from nothing. They couldn't tell you the champions in any division. If you're not, they probably only know Inoue, Usyk, and Bud because they're undisputed. If you ask them who's the champions at the 130-pound division, they wouldn't know. They wouldn't know Shaquille Foster. They wouldn't know Lamont Roach. They wouldn't know Navarrete. They wouldn't know nobody. Bums. And have the audacity to be up here talking about boxing. Audacious. They're audacious enough to talk about boxing in front of their face at champions. But they couldn't name 3 champions. Bums. Shout out to George's last picture with that bread, that cheese, that butter. Oh, it's not working. My animations aren't working, man. Shout out to George, man. I appreciate that. Please like the super chat, man. Thank you for the $5, my brother. Like I said, my animations aren't working right now. I got to fix it. Nothing wrong with being an email champion, but when you clown someone for being one, then happily become one yourself, you start to look silly. Tank, I agree with that. No, I'm with you on that. That's a fact. Tank looks silly for that. Just like Tank also looks silly for clowning Terrence Bud Crawford, saying it was a money grab to fight Canelo. And then Bud actually wins. And then Tank turns around and goes fights a pure money grab with Jake Paul. He looks silly. I could say that because I like boxing. I'm not a groupie. But those other groupie channels, you know, they can't say that because now they're saying it because they're upset that their baby daddy is mad at them. So now they're upset. You know. Shout out to Dan Aziz for getting that drop right there. Yes, sir. He cooking with grease. Oh Lord, chopping them down. Left hooks. Straight rights galore. Dan Aziz and Joshua Buatsi had a good fight. I remember that fight. That was a good fight. Nice right hook to the body. I like you got to invest in that basement, man. Nice uppercut. You got to invest in that basement, man, so it'll lower his hands. There you go. Drop him right to the body. Right hook to the body. Tear them ribs up. The fight was called. Oh, wow. I'm not mad at the stoppage. I didn't think it was coming, but shout out to Dan Aziz, man. Cuevas and Sasaki got their mind fried. Come on now. Derek Cuevas and Jin Sasaki. GTD stands for got the... Hey, yo. Triple double is crazy. Nah, bro, chill out, bro. I got Bet Whitaker. Aziz is fighting this dude. Whitaker beat 3 fights ago. Oh, Whitaker fought this dude. You know who I was kind of I was disappointed in Pat. He fought Ben Whitaker too. It was another Nigerian guy too. I was actually disappointed. I wasn't disappointed that he lost, but I thought he was gonna do better. The guy who fought before Liam Cameron, I believe he was Nigerian, man. You know, I can't remember his name right now. Ezra something. I think Ezra Ereneka, something like that. I thought that was gonna be a better fight than what it was. But I could see Ben Whitaker doing to Dan Aziz what he did to Ezra. He stopped him, bro. Whitaker didn't stop him? Hey, come on now. Come on now. Shout out to George the Last Patriot. That was a good message, bro. I agree with that. I agree with what you said, though. Oh, this is Ezra right here? No. He looked different. You sure? No, just decide. Take really GTD got that draw. I like that though. Got that draw. I like that. With Lamar Roach, I like that. He definitely got the draw. That's a fact. You sure that's him, Pat? I gotta see him. What you mean? Heaven said he didn't stop him? Nah, it stopped, bro. Nah, that's not him. I said that doesn't look like him. Is it? Nah, that's not him, bro. Nah, that's not him. He said no. Oh, it's not. Okay. Shout out to Pat. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to you. Oh, I said that don't look like him. Now you good, bro. You good. Ain't no pressure. Tank got that draw. It's crazy. I appreciate everybody in the stream right now. Don't forget to smack that like button. Nah, you good, Pat. Hey, big up Nigeria, man. You got Lawrence Okoli in the background. You know what I'm talking about? You see Lawrence Okoli back there. What y'all think about Lawrence Okoli? I think Lawrence Okoli called out Ajit Kabayel, Pat. What you think about that? Lawrence Okoli gonna get smirked. Gonna get murked. I combined smacked and murked. I said smirked. He might be smirking now. He ain't gonna be smirking with Ajit Kabayel in the ring. But I will say this too: Ajit Kabayel, he's fighting somebody that, who the heck is that guy? It's his homecoming fight in Germany, so I guess it's okay. But I don't know who I can't remember the guy's name, but he's fighting somebody I ain't never heard of. I don't know who that dude is. He said October a good month for boxing, but November, November card's the bomb. Okoli gets kicked. Facts. I agree. I think Okoli gets stopped badly. Body shots too, heaven sent. Ajit is legit. I like Lawrence Okoli too, but nah. You better stay away from Ajit Kabayel. I'll tell you that. Like I said, I mean, it could be one of those things where he called out Kabayel because Kabayel has a fight already. It could be one of those things, but hey, if you'll fight him, man, I like it. Okoli swinging for the fence. Yeah, facts. He gonna end up over that fence. He's swinging. He's gonna be over that fence. I'll tell you that. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Yeah, me too, Pat. I'm more excited for November 22 than I was Bud and Canelo. But shout out to Bud and Canelo. I was excited for that fight too because two of my favorite guys fighting. I like Canelo a little more, but I was happy for that, man. Bud's a beast, dog. Big up Nigeria, man. One time for Lagos. Yeah, irony. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Caballero gonna destroy him. How is the co-leaver rank, bro? I don't try to figure out. Hey, good luck, Kevin Sant. I don't try to figure out them rankings, man. I do pay attention to them, and I do think that we should acknowledge them. But with that being said, too, we do have to also acknowledge that sometimes it's politics, you know, a little money. They be a little funny with the money, you know what I'm saying? They do something strange for a little piece of change. If you give somebody a little bit of paper, you might get #1 ranking, you know? Like, as much as I like Keyshawn Davis, but him being #1 in the WBO after being stripped is crazy. But we've seen crazier things, right? We've seen crazier things. So, like Pacquiao coming back and being ranked highly, that was crazy. He ain't fighting years, you know? Yeah, we just see wild stuff all the time. TJ Doheny being ranked highly out of nowhere. Look at Moses Atama. Oh, is this a David Adelaide and Moses Atama fight being announced? I see Moses Atama and David Adelaide in the building. I ain't gonna lie, Ade Oladipo or Ade Oladipo, I don't think he's good. I don't really care for him either. He says a lot of nonsense too. Sometimes he says some good stuff, but he says a lot of nonsense. He doesn't treat people fairly either. Like if you're a big fighter and stuff like that, he'll treat you one way if you're not a popular guy or not a known guy. He doesn't show as much patience, if you will. Okay, they're embracing their Nigerian roots. I like that. Now there you go. You should do that more often, man. You know what I'm talking about? You shouldn't have to be in Nigeria to embrace your Nigerian roots, bro, or your Jamaican roots, or your Haitian roots, or your Dominican roots, or your Cuban roots, or your German roots, or whatever, man. Rep your roots, man. Rep who you are, bro. That's part of you, bro. I'm American, Nigerian, Jamaican, bro. All those make me. All that makes me. Rep who you are, man. I'm gonna be honest though. Yeah, Frank Sanchez and Richard Torres is in the works. Why, Tay? Why? Because this guy, Moses Atama, didn't want that pressure. So Frank Sanchez, they changed. They offered it to Richard Torres Jr. That's a good fight though, still. But it was initially offered to Moses Atama. Moses Atama didn't want that pressure. So I don't mind the David Adelaide Moses Atama fight. That's a good fight. But I personally think that because Adelaide's coming off of a loss, I think the Michael Hunter fight or the Frank Sanchez fight would have been a little better and been a little bit more of a measuring stick. David Adelaide can handle himself in the ring, so that's good, but it just doesn't seem like they're letting Moses Atama loose yet. Fights everywhere. Yes, let's go. We need fights everywhere, man. In terms of a card, Haney versus Norman Jr. is better than Bud versus Canelo. Yeah, as far as the card goes, yeah, you got Benavidez versus Yard. Defended his light heavyweight WBC title. You got Brian Norman versus Brian Norman Jr. Versus Devin Haney. Defended his WBO welterweight championship. You have Bam Rodriguez versus Puma Martinez for a unification fight at 115 junior bantamweight. You have Abdullah Mason, Sam Noakes fighting for the vacant WBO 135 lightweight title. Yeah, that card is great from top to bottom. As an overall card, yeah, it's better. I don't think there's a card better than that this year. It's a big fight. A motherfucker might take some step aside money, but hold to, you feel me? You feel me? If it's a big fight, you feel me? Michael Hunter fighting anybody you heard? It was rumored to be Moses Atama. Moses Atama was rumored to fight Michael Hunter or David Adelaide. I dropped a video on it a couple days ago. He was offered the Frank Sanchez fight as an IBF title eliminator, and that the winner of that fight would have had a right towards Usyk, Alexander Usyk, but he turned it down, and they said that he was gonna fight either Michael Hunter or David Adelaide. So apparently, it looks like it's gonna be. I can't hear what they're saying. I just see David Adelaide and Moses Atama in the same ring, so I'm assuming they're setting up a future bout. So Michael Hunter, I don't know. He might be dead in the water again. He might be fresh out of freaking luck. Are you good, Irony? No, you ain't got. I mean, I just told you you good. I was just letting you know. No, I always got to plug my videos. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, go watch all my videos. You know what I'm talking about? Watch all the videos, baby. Like all the videos, baby. Man, only if you enjoy them, though. You know what I'm saying? Only watch them if you enjoy them. Like all the videos. Hit that notification bell as well. You feel me? Dan Aziz was the co-main, right? Was Dan Aziz the co-main? I think so. A lot of kumbaya in the ring right now. Oh, yeah? They showing some love. I appreciate it, bro. I don't enjoy it. Oh, man. I appreciate it, bro. Oh, man. I don't know why this junk's annoying. I gotta figure out why this stuff it's not working, bro. I wonder if you know what? Let me see something, chat. Nah. How do I refresh that? What? Y'all still ain't hear no sound right there, huh? Big Legos in the building. Nah, appreciate it, bro. I don't know. It sucks. I figured it out. I thought I knew what the problem was, but I don't. I don't know what the problem is. The time was smashed out of yeah, I think so too. I don't know what the problem is. I don't know what the problem is. Value. So everything is on there, so I don't know. So weird. The only one who can hang with a Tama is someone with a great IQ out of yeah. I think he's just gonna get outboxed. So they did say they're gonna be fighting next or what? No sound, appreciate it, Irony. I don't know. I'm glad my mic sound is working, but I don't know why that's not working. Very, very weird. Very, very, very weird. Huh. Enable push to mute. Enable. No, bro. So weird. Mic is good. Desktop audio is good. So y'all can hear when I turn on my desktop audio. Okay, bet. So let me see something real quick. He said, leave Jazzy Jeff alone, bro. My value, bro. I'm trying to get the value right. It ain't working, bro. Let me see this real quick. What about now? Can y'all, let's see. What about now? I couldn't hear it right then. Oh, you heard it? For real? Let's go. Appreciate it. All right, so shout out to George dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. Oh wait, that wasn't fixed yet. Hold on, that one wasn't fixed. Oh, appreciate it. All right, so shout out to George dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. Oh wait, that one fixed yet. That one fixed. Shout out to George dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. But see, now I gotta fix it because I can't hear it. Before I was supposed to be able to hear it too. Shout out to George dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. Okay, bet. Okay. But that's weird though, Ty, because now I can't. Before it was supposed to be on. That shit weird, dog. It's supposed to be on monitor and output. For whatever reason, I know y'all can't hear that tank one. Could y'all hear that tank one? Now? Probably not. Did y'all hear that tank one? No? Probably not. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I gotta fix it because yeah. Whatever, bro. Yo, shout out to my brother George dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. Yeah, I gotta figure it out. Yo, shout out to my brother George dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. I gotta figure it out. Because monitor and output is supposed to work, but I'll figure it out. So I got the biscuits one to work, but the other ones aren't working. So I'll figure it out. Good Lord willing. He said, man. Thank you, George. I appreciate you, brother. Nigerian reggaeton. Bro, this is not the... Yo. Okay, they wilding, bro. How long is this card, bro? I'm glad I didn't start at 2 o'clock. This card been on since 2 o'clock, chat. Oh, this a long card here. You could barely hear it? The tank one or the biscuit one? You heard the biscuit one, but the tank one you could barely hear, right? Yo, this is a long card, Ty. Yeah, irony. I'll be right back. Let me go use the bathroom real quick, chat. I'll be right back. He said Nigerian Bad Bunny is crazy. I don't know if y'all saw it, but y'all gotta excuse the hole in my shirt. Playing with my dogs. Well, my dog. I'm gonna put a hole in my tank top. You can barely hit the tank one. Thank you, George. All right, baby, I'm gonna fix it. I don't know. OBS had an update and then it messed up my settings. I don't know. Thank you for letting me know, my brother. Maybe it's. Wait, that's weird. How come it didn't count towards the. Oh, the fundraising goal ended, I guess. That's weird. Yeah. Yeah. I would have loved to have been able to go, bro. Not feeling disrespect. What you talking about, Pat? Nah, bro, I ain't disrespecting the man. You just gotta tighten up, bro. You can't be disrespecting people like that, bro. Like I said, I understand. We all want Tank to do more. We all want fighters to do more and stuff like that. Certain fighters, but you can't be disrespected. Like, that's not how boxing works, man. 8-0 versus 18-9-2. Yeah, it's kind of like, it's kind of like when football. I mean, let's say basketball, right? Like when they have lockout seasons, or even football too. And they or like the bubble season, right? Most recently with the COVID, with the Lakers won, right? People are like, oh, that's not a real championship. What? Why is it not? Everybody played, right? Everybody played under the same circumstances and somebody won. So why is it illegitimate? People always try to discredit people, man. Well, Sean McCoy is a good running back. That's about it, though. I don't mean you know what you're talking about in the boxing space. And I'm not saying because you have to box to know. I mean, oh boy, oh Lord, hold on, oh. Now that was more of a push down, man. That was more of a push than a punch. They called it a knockdown. Oh wow. I thought it was more of a like he like punched him and then like kind of pushed him down. Like, okay. Go ahead and get this man up out of here, man. Give him a mean 1-2 down the pipe, right up the middle. Get him up out of here, man. Exactly, irony. Exactly, irony. Yeah, stay in your lane, man. It's not his fault. That's the ring's fault. Oh yeah, so it's over with. Call it. Oh no, that was oh no. Oh, that was no. Don't even count, ref. Don't even count, ref. No, don't even give him. Save him, bro. Save him from himself. No, ref. Call it, bro. No, do not let this continue. Yo, come on, bro. Come on, bro. This how people get. I don't even want to say killed. I'm not trying to be funny, but that's how people get hurt for real, bro. Stop the fight, bro. Stop it, man. Thank you. Yeah, you just that shouldn't even went to that point. You got to save him from themselves, man. He don't want to be there, bro. Well, let me not say he doesn't want to be there. He's not fit to be there right now. Shady McCoy got 2 Mickey Mouse rings. He didn't play it. Come on now in the Super Bowl for the Chiefs or the Bucks. But he be showing the rings off. Come on now. Exactly. And like I said, I'm not even trying to knock it. You know, so you part of the team, you part of the team, but you gonna call Rolly like Rolly's no, like, come on, dog. Like I said, I know he's there for the hype part, you know, the commercial part, the popularity part, the casual part, but that's too casual. Yeah, I feel like you owe it to the fans to know what you're talking about a little bit, and that's why we have so much misinformation, not just in sports, but even in politics, you know, which is important. You know, like sports is just whimsical, nonsensical. I ain't gonna say nonsense. Sports is big too, you know, but it's more of like a play thing, you know. Politics is real, stuff like that. You know, even in religion though, you have a lot of people spewing out misinformation religiously, politically, you know, athletically, in sports, even academically, you know, educationally, bro. Yeah, just do your due diligence, man. Just a little bit, bro. Just know a little something, man. If you're gonna be up there talking about something, know what you're talking about a little bit. I guarantee he can't name people. He can't name elite fighters. Or he can't name any opponents of these quote unquote elite fighters or whatever fighter he respects. Max Kellerman can. That's why it's real bad when Max Kellerman be talking the nonsense, because he definitely knows better. But yeah, Shady McCoy, that was trash. You guys are wild. Nah, I think LaShawn McCoy is a good running back though. Yeah, he's legit in football for sure. Or was. But like Ty said, if you're gonna discredit champions, because that's what he did. I know, Rolly. I know he's not. Boxing is different, you know. One time for Rolly, boxing is not like NFL or NBA to where you have a set schedule and you know if you beat this person then you have this person next, or you have a bracket format and then you know that this person in the East is going to meet this person in the West for a championship. It's not structured like that. So boxing, it's easier for you to become a champion relative to other sports, I would say. But in some respects, it's harder too, because it's not always just based on solely how good you are, or sometimes you can be very good and just not get the opportunity. And sometimes you could not be that good and get a lot of opportunities. Look at Ryan Garcia. He would be the latter. The former would be like somebody who's really good that just didn't get the opportunity, or you get opportunity against a guy that's a beast. Boo Boo Andre. Someone brought up Boo Boo Andre. Boo Boo Andre, no, he was a champion, you know, before, but he finally got his opportunity to do something big on the big stage, but it was against David Benavidez. And he just had a whole bunch of disadvantages. Not saying he couldn't win. I'm not giving an excuse. I'm just saying it is what it is. Some people could become champion without fighting a guy like a David Benavidez. Some people could become a champion without fighting a guy like a Gervonta Tank Davis. But my point is saying that you have to respect Rolly Romero. And like what Ty said, especially if you're a guy that's a champion and you didn't play a down, you were just on the team, you could disrespect Rolly Romero if you want to. But Rolly Romero did fight a good guy like Tank. And then he still, even despite losing to him, he came and bounced back and fought another guy and Ryan Garcia, where everybody thought we were spoon feeding Ryan Garcia championship, and he won. And he became a champion. So you got to respect that, because there's so many guys that don't become champions that are also good. I'm not saying that Frank Martin's necessarily, I mean, I'm not saying Rolly Romero's necessarily better than Frank Martin. But he got the opportunity, and when he did, he shined. You know what I'm saying? When Frank Martin only had one opportunity to become a champion, that was against Tank Davis. That sucks. You know what I'm saying? Him and Rolly had the same fate when it came to Tank Davis, but then Rolly got another opportunity against Ryan. And it wasn't really based on Rolly, it was based on Ryan. You see what I'm saying? And then look how many opportunities Ryan gets. And is he better than, I don't know, is Ryan Garcia better than a Vladimir Shishkin? Not really. Vladimir Shishkin just ran into William Skoll and he ran into Osley Iglesias. You see what I'm saying? Like, what I'm saying is that you could be good and not be a champion in boxing. But if you are a champion, I think we should at least say that you're good. Now, that don't mean that you're the best. Like, boxing is the only sport. I ain't gonna say the only sport, but yeah, I would say the only. I wouldn't say the only sport, but boxing is a sport to where one of the few sports that people feel like you can only have one good person at a time. Like, you can have a whole division and only one person in the division can be good at a time. Like, boxing, when you talk about basketball, even NFL or even MLB, right? NBA, MLB, NHL, NFL, you have an MVP, but is the MVP the only good person in the league? It's like we had, like, if you're not on the top 1, 2, or 3 pound for pound, you're not good. And even some people argue if you're not number 1 pound for pound, you're not good. It's like, bro, the MVP's the best. Debatable, but still, mostly the MVP in the NBA is the best, but they still have the All-Star game. All those All-Stars are also great players. All those All-Stars in the NFL are also great players. All those All-Stars in the NHL or the MLB, they're also great players. So in boxing, we don't have an All-Star game or celebrity game. An All-Star game for boxing, but it's not just one good guy. Like 135, you have multiple good guys. You have Gervonta Tank Davis, Shakur Stevenson. All those guys can be on the pound for pound. 140. I don't know if they can be on pound for pound, but 140, you have Richardson Hitchens, you have Gary Anton Russell, you have Teofimo Lopez, you have Subriel Matias. All those guys are great. Now, that don't mean that they're all even and equal. All champions are not created equal. Some champions are better than others, but if you're a champion, bro, you're pretty darn good, bro. You're pretty darn good, bro. Stanionis, I don't care what you say. I don't care how bad Boots beat him. Stanionis is a good fighter, and he's going to be a player in 147, in my personal opinion. Karen Chukazan, he's good. He may not be able to beat Boots, but he's still good. Israel Madrimov just lost to Virgil Ortiz and Terrence Bud Crawford. Is he not good? He's not good because he lost. Canelo's not good anymore because he lost to Bud. Errol Spence, despite the fact that he was on the pound for pound list, despite the fact that he was a unified champion, he's not good because he lost to Terrence Bud Crawford. Like, that's ridiculous, bro. Anthony Joshua's not good because he got stopped by Daniel Dubois and he got beat by Alexander Usyk. He's not good anymore. What are we talking about, bro? There's multiple good, like Jokic is good. LeBron is good. Steph is good. Luka's good. Giannis is good. Jason Tatum's good. Booker's good. Durant's good. All these people are good at the same time, bro. Damian Lillard's good. But in boxing, oh no, it can only be one. What are you talking about? That's all I'm saying. Monsters, right? Inoue, Bam, Nakatani. All these guys are good. Hey, doctor, don't put Rolly too high, though. He a champion as much as Xander. Xander's good. Hey, Pat, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Don't do that. Hey, you know I rock with Xander, man. That's my guy. I rock with Rolly, too, though. I rock with Xander. I like Xander, man. But you're right, though. So don't get me wrong. Xander's not as good of a champion as an Usyk. Well, that's not fair because he's undisputed. But like, I wouldn't say Xander's as good as a champion as a Bakram right now. Can he be that good? Yeah. I wouldn't say Xander's as good of a Boots as far as a champion because Boots was unified. So that's still not fair. But Boots was unified. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not saying all champions are equal, but it takes something to be a champion. Jorge Garcia Perez wasn't some stud when Xander beat him, but Jorge Garcia Perez just beat Charles Conwell. Did he not? That's not a good win. So let's not get it twisted. Yeah, Xander Zayas beat a guy that's not really considered highly rated or highly ranked in Jorge Garcia Perez, but Jorge Garcia Perez got that opportunity because he just beat Charles Conwell. Charles Conwell is a good fighter. So yeah, from a personnel standpoint, Virgil Ortiz beat Boachuk and he beat Israel Madrimov. Those are better wins than Jorge Garcia Perez. But at the same time, Virgil Ortiz could have fought Bakram Murtazali if he didn't want to. He could have fought Sebastian Fedor. He didn't want to. He could have fought Xander Zayas. Xander Zayas called him out. He didn't want to. He could have fought, you feel me? So it is what it is, man. It's your career choices too. That's the thing. Boxing isn't as rigid as other sports, but you got to be held accountable for your career choices. I think Virgil Ortiz is one of the best at 154. But hey, man, I mean, maybe it might not be Virgil's fault. Well, then be mad at Oscar and Golden Boy. You know, Top Rank and Bob Arum. What Bob orders is a WBO, right? They got Xander a opportunity. He took advantage of it. He's not any less of a champion. He may not be as good as a Bakram, or he might not be as highly rated as a Shakur or somebody else that's a champion, more solid in their championship position, but he's still a champion nonetheless. It's not his fault that he took advantage of his opportunity. Hey, he got the opportunity. He took advantage of it. Shout out to Xander. He's a champion. Everybody don't become champion, man. As Virgil, he hasn't become a champion yet. As Ryan Garcia, he hasn't been a champion yet. You know what I'm talking about? You know. Karen Chukazan had 2 great fights with Boots. He hasn't been a champion yet. You feel me? Gary Antoine Russell just became a champion. You know? So there's a lot of fighters that haven't become a champion, man. So we got to put a little bit of respect. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Shout out to my brother George, the last Patriot, dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. I appreciate it, bro. Shout out to George, the last Patriot. I mean, Ajit Kabayel's not a champion. Zele Zhang never been a champion. So, hey, man, you got to respect the champion. Smoochie in the building. What's good, Smoochie? D1 is back. Rolly getting better. You feel me? I'm like I said, I want to be very clear. Pat, shout out to Pat though. It's a good point that Pat made. I'm not saying that Rolly is the best. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that everybody don't become a champion, man. Areola said Ruiz his heart. Yeah, I saw that. I don't believe him. Yeah, Chris Areola when he was talking on Inside the Ring, I don't believe that. Granted, now I will say this though, George. Remember, Bud said that Mean Machine Kavalaskis hit harder than Canelo, but then he clarified his statement and revisited it in another interview. He said, I want to clarify, Kavalaskis hit me better. You know what I'm saying? I would say that maybe Kavalaskis hit him cleaner, more punch, and his punch was more accurate or more effective. I don't think anybody in their right mind, being hit by Kavalaskis or Canelo or not, I don't think anybody thinks Kavalaskis hits harder than Canelo. But that was Terrence Crawford's experience. Canelo, he was good enough and slick enough to where Canelo never landed a clean punch. Those are 2 different statements, you know, so you got to add some nuance. So when Chris Areola said that Ruiz hits harder than Wilder, bitch, please. Come on, man. Ruiz might have hit Areola harder. He might have hit you in your areola, you know what I'm talking about? But maybe Wilder hit you in your elbow or something. I don't know. But hey, don't nobody in their right mind believe Andy Ruiz hit harder than Wilder. Stop it. Nobody believes that unless you want to believe that. But at the same time, I never been hit by Wilder. I never been hit by Ruiz. Chris Areola, shout out to him. I like Chris Areola. He had a good fight with Wilder. He had a good fight with Bermain Stavern. He has been hit by both of them, so I can't tell him what he felt. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that, you know, some people, you believe what you want to believe. If somebody asked me if I could get paid $1 million to get hit by a heavyweight, and they said, hey, you have to get hit by 1 or 2 heavyweights, for either one, both of them will give you $1 million. D1, who you get hit by? If D1 or Smoochie, if I say you have to take, I'm gonna give you $1 million, but you have to get hit by 1 heavyweight. You could pick which one you want. Andy Ruiz or Deontay Wilder. Who you picking? I'm picking Andy Ruiz every day of the week. I'm not even gonna think about it. If you gonna give me $1 million to get hit by a heavyweight and you say you got to pick between Andy Ruiz and Deontay Wilder, I'm picking Andy Ruiz. Stop it. I'm pretty sure everybody besides Chris Areola would pick Andy Ruiz too. Ain't nobody trying to get hit flushed by Deontay Wilder. Stop it, man. Stop it. Everybody picking Ruiz. Everybody picking Ruiz. Ain't nobody picking. Thank you, Smoochie. I'll pick it. Facts. Everybody picking Ruiz. Now, maybe Ruiz is a more effective puncher. Maybe he's a more precise puncher when you're moving. But if you had to stand still and take one shot, you had to stand still and take 1 shot for $1 million from Andy Ruiz or Deontay Wilder, you pick a Ruiz. That's all I'm gonna say. Areola, hey, the Andy Ruiz record says that's cat. Come on now. Exactly, D Wood. Listen, Dr. Rolly, champion facts. Now we only saw him shining against Ryan. I think Ryan laid the egg. Okay. I've seen Rolly not being able to adapt to different styles. I agree with that. So pump the brakes. Nah, man, nah. Rolly's a champion, man. Rolly, like I said, I'm not saying Rolly's the best. What I'm saying is that Ryan Garcia didn't beat Rolly. And a lot of people thought Ryan was going to beat him, like you said. You think Ryan laid the egg? I disagree. I think Rolly was a champion before Ryan Garcia, right? I'm saying before he fought Ryan Garcia has never been a champion. I'm saying before he fought Ryan Garcia, the only one of the two been a champion. That was Rolly. So it's good. Even if you think Ryan Garcia laid the egg, I guess he laid the egg against all in a lot of his other fights too, because he's never been a champion. Rolly Romero has at least been a champion. So that's what I'm saying. You got this, like him. Yes, you could say he was gifted this WBA 147-pound welterweight title, whatever. But he was a title holder before that too. So was he gifted then? At some point, we kind of sound like haters then. You might have got gifted one time. He ain't gifted all the time. If he was gifted, then how come Ryan Garcia ain't get the gifts? He's been set up to get gifts and he fumbled the bag. So we got to give credit for at least not fumbling. If you could tell me, and this is going to shout out to D1, man, that's my guy, you know, shout out to, no disrespect, but I got to be honest, you know. If you could tell me that we could show love for Gabriel Rosado because he has 17,511 losses, then we should be able to show love to Rolly Romero for being a champion. That's all I'm saying. And I used to like Gabriel Rosado, and I used to give him credit saying he's a warrior too. But the way he disrespected Devin Haney, whether you like somebody or not, but you shouldn't discredit people's championships. Like he was saying, oh, he was undisputed, but it wasn't really undisputed. It's like, bro, you never been a champion. We like you because you're a loser. Not saying he's a loser. I respect Gabriel Rosado, but we like him because, let's be honest, when we say Gabriel Rosado, we say, oh yeah, man, he's a warrior. AKA, we like you because you're willing to fight, not because you're winning the fight. You're willing to fight. So I feel like, how dare somebody like that? I like you because you're willing to fight. I don't like you because you're winning the fight. So how dare you, because you don't like Devin Haney? That's cool if you don't like him. But how dare you discredit him being undisputed and the youngest undisputed in the 4-belt era on the male side? That's crazy. So I only said no disrespect to D1. I know D1 likes Gabriel Rosado. Like I said, I used to like him too, but I feel like he was out of pocket for trying to do that. You know, I think that if we could respect guys for going in the ring and getting beat up, then we should be able to respect the champions. Rolly's a champion. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying Rolly's a good champion, as good of a champion as Shakur, or as good of a champion as Caleb Plant was, or as good of a champion as Tank is, or as good of a champion as Usyk or Dubois, whatever it is, or Benavidez or Bivol. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that when you become a title holder, bro, you got to get some. Everybody's not able to do that, bro. Lewis Crocker just beat Patty Donovan. They need to send a thank you note to Jerome Boutinis for allowing that title, for vacating that title and allowing that to be available for their rematch to be for a belt. But I'm gonna respect Lewis Crocker as a champion. He wasn't given that. He earned that. You might want, you know, whether somebody else's path was more difficult or not, that's debatable. But nah, bro. If we don't respect champions, in my personal opinion, boxing is, what do we respect? What is boxing? I'm not saying that you're only good by being. I think Virgil Ortiz, who's not a champion, is one of the best at 154. If Virgil Ortiz and Xander Zayas fought today, even though Xander Zayas is a WBO belt holder, I would pick Virgil Ortiz. I would lean towards Virgil Ortiz. So I'm not saying that you're not good if you're not a champion, but I am saying that if you are a champion, you are at least good. He still bullied the bully, Leffler, but you right. I appreciate it, bro. He still bullied the bully. Where Gabe belt? Come on now, Ty. Where Gabe's belt at? Shady McCoy gonna make that face. Rolly. Yes, Rolly. Yes, Rolly gets respect as a champion because he's a multi-division champion. Yes, absolutely. Lamont Roach gets credit for being a champion. Oshaki Foster, Emmanuel Navarrete, Rafael Espinosa, Nick Ball. I don't even like Nick Ball, but I respect him as a champion. That's what I'm talking about. I think Nick Ball's overrated, but he's still a champion. You feel me? Like I'm gonna respect him. I'm not gonna say he trash. I think that all the other champions at 120, I think Angelo Leo beats him. I think that's a close fight, but I would lean towards Angelo Leo. I think Fulton beats Nick Ball. I think Espinosa is the best at 126. I think he could get undisputed. I think he beats Nick Ball as well, but I don't think too many people at 126 beats Nick Ball. I think him and Shushu's a good fight. I might lean towards Nick Ball. I mean, you know, it depends on if the referee allows Nick Ball to rough him up or not. And, you know, Nick Ball, a little dirty fighter too. Yeah, the face of McCoy is killing. You feel me? I need to make that. I should clip it, bro. I mean, Rolly. Yeah, Rolly, bro. LaShawn McCoy can't name 3 people that anybody that he thinks is good could fight that has fought, bro. That's what I don't like, bro. Like people will poop on somebody's resume like Tank and say, "Oh yeah, Rolly, you gonna give him credit for being Rolly? You were just over here, gosh dang, salivating and drooling over Ryan Garcia about how good he is, and Ryan Garcia lost to Rolly, but you're not gonna give Tank credit for beating Rolly. What type of sense does that make? If Ryan would have beat Rolly, you would have gave him credit. If Pacquiao would have beat Barrios, you would have gave him credit. Am I lying? When Rayo Valenzuela, the Lightning, when he beat Isa Pitbull Cruz, we gave him credit. But you're not going to give Tank, a guy who beat him before them, you're not going to give him credit? Like I said, we should be able to separate the two. We don't have to, we don't have to. We could desire more from Tank. Hell, I want Tank to fight Lamont Roach. I think he's ducking him until he does. I don't think he's ducking him because he's scared. I think there's better opportunities that he's embracing right now, like Jake Paul, whatever, more lucrative deals. But but he's not fighting him. So until he fights him, for me, he's ducking him. That don't necessarily mean he's scared, but it can be for business or whatever. I don't like that he's not prioritizing the Lamont Roach rematch. I don't like that he's not fighting Shakur. But that doesn't take away everything else that he's done. He's still a multi-division champion. He's still a 135 WBA champion right now. Like, that's the thing. Just because you don't like what somebody's doing doesn't take away what they've done. I don't care how many times Canelo fights an Edgar Berlanga type opponent. That doesn't take away the fact that he beat Triple G twice, 2 out of 3 times. It doesn't take away the fact that he beat Sergey Kovalev for the light heavyweight championship. It doesn't change the fact that he was the first ever undisputed 168-pound division. It doesn't matter what Terrence Crawford, if Terrence Crawford fights somebody tomorrow and loses, it doesn't change the fact what he did against Canelo or what he did for 41 other fights that he was undefeated while doing it, being a 3 times undisputed now. It doesn't change that. That's wrong. That's wrong. People get so emotional and irrational about things. You can't even take them seriously. LaShawn McCoy not giving Tank credit for beating Rolly. It's like, well, okay, so tell me whose record you respect. I guarantee you, without referencing Google or BoxRec, LaShawn McCoy can't name you 3 people that Devin Haney fought, that Shakur fought, that Lomachenko fought, that Tank fought, that Ryan fought, that Rolly fought, that Teofimo fought. He can't name anybody that these elite fighters fought. So why are you even commenting on who's an acceptable opponent or not? That's outside of your jurisdiction, your qualifications, buddy. You can't tell me who anybody fought without referencing Google. Talking about Rolly. You just heard Rolly. Goofy behind that. I'm gonna tell you, some people are cool to hate on, bro. That's it. It's not that Rolly's super bad. It's just that he's just one of the guys that people deemed as somebody that's not good. And there's some people that you can critique and some people you can't. Fries in the bag. Doctor, definitely add that face to your video, please. Bet. Who? You have to add that face. Yes, bro. I need to add it, bro. I need to add it, bro. Bro, that joke is crazy, bro. That man made the face. It's because he's a Tank op. Yeah. That's a fact, D1. That's a fact. You're going to give somebody credit for beating somebody, but then you won't give somebody credit for beating the same person. It's crazy, bro. That's all I'm saying. It's just be fair. I want Tank to fight some of his contemporaries too, but that doesn't change the fact that he beat a Hall of Famer or future Hall of Famer in Leo Santa Cruz. It doesn't change the fact that he beat an undefeated Jose Sniper Pedraza. It doesn't change that, bro. Like Devin Haney. I don't care if Devin Haney gets knocked out in the second round by Brian Norman Jr. It doesn't change the fact that he was the youngest ever undisputed in the 4-belt era as a male. Shout out to Gabriela Fundora as the youngest ever, But yeah, Devin Haney can get his. I think Norman's gonna win. But I think Devin Haney could win. I salute both of them. I respect both those young men for taking this fight. Both of them have clear advantages and clear disadvantages, so I think it's a great fight. I personally am leaning towards Brian Norman. I could see Devin Haney outboxing him. You just never know how boxing goes. Maybe he could stop him too. You never know how boxing goes. But if Devin Haney loses, he's not trash to me. If Brian Norman loses, he's not trash to me. Canelo lost, he's not trash to me. Caleb Plant lost to Armando Resendez. That's still one of my favorite fighters. He's not trash to me. I don't understand, bro. Sometimes Steph Curry plays in the game and he goes 0 for 15. he's still the greatest 3-point shooter ever. It's just boxing is not like that. You know, boxing doesn't have an 82 game schedule to where if they have a bad night on a Saturday, they could have a good night on a Tuesday. It's just not like that. That's not the nature of the sport. So I'm not saying that Caleb Plant had a bad night. I'm not giving him any excuses. Shout out to Resendez. He did his thing. I think that's the upset of the year. But what I'm saying is that what I'm trying to emphasize is that sometimes you can have a bad night, you know? Shane McCoy definitely hating on Tank. Of course he is, because it's cool to hate on Tank right now. He's fighting Jake Paul. I mean, and don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it, but don't go overboard. You should still be able to show some discretion. And shame on Max Kellerman too, bro. If you watch that full interview, Pat, I don't know if you did. I just showed the clip, but if you watch that full interview, they're talking about who could be a potential face of boxing. And you know who Max Kellerman said could be a potential face of boxing? Gervonta Tank Davis, which is cool. He said depends if Gervonta wants to come back. That's cool. I can't remember the so he named 3/4 people. He said Gervonta Tank Davis, depends on what he does, could be the face of boxing if he comes back and takes on boxing for real after Jake Paul. He said the winner of Shakur and Teofimo, if they fight, so that's 2/3 people. The winner of Teofimo and Shakur. And then he didn't say Boots, who was a unified undefeated champion, Ring Magazine champion 147. He didn't say David Benavidez. I think somebody mentioned David Benavidez, but he didn't say David Benavidez. He didn't say Dimitri Bivol. He didn't say Junto Nakatani. He said Ryan Garcia. And you know who didn't make a face? You know who didn't say Ryan? You know who didn't say Ryan like they said Rolly? LaShawn McCoy. He didn't say nothing because he doesn't know freaking boxing. That's why. You telling me Ryan Garcia could be the face of boxing? Ryan Garcia hasn't had a belt. His best win is Oscar Duarte and Luke Campbell. He lost to Tank, arguably quit. I don't think he quit. I don't like Ryan Garcia, but I don't think he quit. I don't really like to use that quit term too loosely. I don't think he quit. I just think he got a big shot. But he said he said Ryan Garcia lost. Some people said he quit to Tank, right? He lost to Rolly Romero and he cheated Devin Hayden. He cheated boxing, not just Devin. He cheated boxing. And Max Kellerman said that Ryan Garcia could be the face of boxing. LaShawn McCoy didn't say Ryan. He just took it on. He said, "Oh, okay, cool, yeah," because he doesn't know boxing. But then when somebody says, "Oh, I beat Rolly," oh, Rolly? Or Rolly's not an acceptable person to beat. But Rolly's a champion. Okay, but you could believe that Ryan Garcia, who's never been a champion, could be the face of boxing. Your stupid ass. They don't make sense, bro. They don't make sense. Yeah, he ain't say Ryan. You feel me, Smoochie? He ain't say bro, Pat, he didn't say Bam Rodriguez. He didn't say Bam Rodriguez. He didn't say, I know. Now, granted, I will give Max Kellerman this. Those are guys at little weights. So a lot of times the smaller weights don't really pop like that. So maybe that's why he didn't. I mean, I like Max Kellerman. He's been selling out lately. But I rock with Max. I still rock with Max. I'm going to hold down a little bit more. But he's been looking bad. He's been selling out to Dana. And I like Turkey too. But Dana, he's been selling out to Dana and Turk. But anyway, he didn't say Bam Rodriguez. He didn't say Junto Nakatani. He didn't say Jerron Boots. He didn't say David Benavidez. He said Ryan Garcia, bro. Okay. And I didn't hear no pushback from LaShawn McCoy. But he gave pushback for Rolly, the guy who beat Ryan Garcia. Okay. I'm just saying, please make it make sense. Somebody make it, and maybe I'm tripping. Somebody make it make sense to me. Maybe I'm the one that's wilding. I don't know. I just think that's very contradictory and hypocritical for you to say Rolly, a guy who beat Ryan Garcia, is not a good guy to name on your resume. But then you tell me that a guy who couldn't beat Rolly is a good enough name to name when you're talking about the prospective faces of boxing. Right. Yeah, somebody said Benavidez. I don't think it was Max that said Benavidez, though. I think Coppinger said Benavidez and he agreed. I don't think it was Max. I think if I'm not gonna say, I'm just going off my memory, but if my memory serves me correctly, I think Coppinger mentioned Benavidez and Max Kellerman agreed. But he didn't mention he mentioned three. He mentioned Gervonta, which is cool. Makes sense. He's already one of the faces of boxing, right? Canelo, then Gervonta, AJ, whatever, right? Any order. But he mentioned his three, whereas the winner of Shakur and Teo, Gervonta, and Ryan Garcia. That was Max Kellerman's three. Get the freak out of here, bro. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here, bro. These are the people that's supposed to be ambassadors for the sport. I mean, you work for the ring, right? The ring is a Bible of boxing, so right. You don't call yourself the Bible of boxing. I think you should be a little righteous. That was very unrighteous. Max on Dana's. I'm telling you, irony. I'm telling, and I hate to say it because I like Max, but I will say, okay, and don't get mad at me, y'all. Oster, don't get mad at me, y'all. I will say this, I'm gonna give Max a little bit of leeway because shout out to Kendrick. Kendrick pointing this out. Max might be suffering from PTSD. They already packed him up off ESPN. You know, he went against the grain, talking about Andre Iguodala taking the last shot and all them. Which I thought his explanation was pretty good. You know, I wasn't mad at Max at that. You know, me, I'm boxing and basketball. I love those two sports. But anyway, they packed him up, had him on the shelf, chilling at ESPN. So maybe he's like, hey, I'm not going against the grain no more, man. Hey, whatever Dana want me to say, whatever Turk want me to say, whatever Zuffa boxing want me to say, I'm saying it. Whatever the ring want me to say, maybe he learned his lesson. I don't know. So I'm gonna give him a little bit. That's why I'm cutting him a little bit of slack. But come on, bro. You got to do better than Ryan, bro. Come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Canelo and shout out to Terrence Bud Crawford for checking Max when he tried to say UFC was bigger than boxing. Stop it. Shout out to Canelo. Shout out to Cinnamon and Budrick for getting him together. Max been extremely shaky. But like I said, they did pack my boy up. They packed him up, had him sitting for a long time, chilling. They ain't give him a severance package or nothing. Nah, they might have been paying him. I don't know. I ain't nothing about I don't know about his contractual situation, but you know what I'm saying? No slack from those. I'm not mad. I'm not mad at anybody not giving him any slack because he been selling. You know me, I don't like using that sellout term, you know what I'm saying? Cause I feel like that's almost fighting words. But when it comes to boxing, he has been selling out boxing, bro. I ain't gonna lie. He been working, boy. He said, I ain't gonna lose this job, boy. Y'all ain't gonna get rid of me. He said, no excuses for grown men. That's true. Max got a check. Did you hear that shit he said to Shakur? What he said to Shakur? Not been a champion yet, Pat. And I'm not saying from the popularity standpoint, I get it. But, and that's why boxing is crazy. And that's why I tell people, right? You know, we had this conversation before. It's like, when I say that Bud's not the face of boxing, I'm not saying he doesn't deserve to be. I just don't think for whatever reason, and it's no fault of his, you know, I just think that he won't be, you know, a combination of his age, how many more years he has in the sport. And then for whatever reason, it could be agenda, but the media doesn't embrace him or push him like that. And we as boxing fans, not all of us individually, but as a whole, we don't really embrace him like that either, which is sad. But what I'm saying, my point is that beating the face of boxing is not enough to make you the face. And I'm gonna give you examples. Floyd beat Canelo, he doesn't count. He's an ally. He was already the face. But Bivol beat Canelo, he didn't become the face, right? Bud, when he beat Canelo, he didn't become the face. But even with Spence, do you think Bud became bigger than Spence when he beat Spence? I don't think he became bigger than Spence. It's just Spence stopped fighting. You see what I'm saying? Who else? Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua got knocked smooth out by Daniel Dynamite Dubois. Did Dynamite Dubois become bigger than AJ? So that's not how boxing works. It's not, you might be the best and not be the face. You know what I'm saying? In fact, the three biggest boxers are Canelo, Tank, and AJ. I think the three best fighters are Bud, Usyk, and Inoue. You see what I'm saying? So you're not, that's just how boxing is, you know? So I get that part where Max is probably saying the popularity with Ryan, but at the same time, the faces of boxing, they might be they may not be the best, but they're pretty damn good. Tank is very good. Canelo's very good. Very, very, very good. And AJ's also very good. AJ's a unified champion, gold medalist. People forget that because he lost, even though he avenged his loss to Andy Ruiz, and he lost to Usyk twice, and he lost to Dubois. People forget that Anthony Joshua is a gold medalist. 2012 Beijing, if I'm not mistaken. Off the top of my head, you know what I'm saying? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. 2012 gold medalist and a unified champion. Ryan Garcia hasn't even been a champion. Gervonta Tank Davis is a multi-division champion. Undefeated. Knockout specialist. Ryan Garcia, once again, has never been a champion. Canelo, a multi-division champion. Over 60-something fights. First ever undisputed champion. Once again, Ryan has never been a champion. So yes, these guys are popular, but they're popular for what they've done in the ring, not how many Instagram followers that they have alone. So you don't have to be the best to be the face of boxing, but bitch, you got to be good. You could argue that Ryan's not even good. So the fact that Max Kellerman named him is crazy to me. It just emphasizes how much he's kind of, you know, turned his back on boxing, you know. You got to at least be good. You may not have to be the best, but you got to be very good. All the top 3 money makers in the sport, between number 1 Canelo and then Tank and AJ, they were all accomplished. It's not like they're just poo putts out here. You know what I'm saying? The face is more based on the fan base or the hater base. I agree. And you obviously have to be a champion. Exactly. That's my point. The ladder, you know what I'm saying? The ladder that you just said, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? You got to be a combination, bro. Shakur said to Tio, when I beat your ass, I'll be 4 times division. You be and the next face of boxing not here yet. So what did Max say, Oster? No, the big W Max said Shakur 2 division champ. At Tio, he tried to hype up Shakur. I see what you say. Oh yeah, Max been on some nut stuff, man. He been on some nut stuff. Shout out to Canelo for real for checking this kid. Yeah, shout out to Canelo. Shout out for Bud for backing up Canelo, even though they're about to fight. How important is charisma and personality in determining being the face of boxing? I think it's very important. Like Pat said, Smoochie. I don't think it's everything, but I do think it's important. You gotta have the spirit of the people. You gotta be a people's champ. You know, you gotta have even if it's not even, I don't want to say, because let's face it, Errol Spence is not really charismatic, you know, but people gravitated towards him. He just seemed genuine, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't the most outgoing, charismatic, most polarizing personality, but he was just something about him, you know. He just had, if you want to say, he had the juice, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he had the glow, like Bruce Leroy, the juice, like Tupac and them, without being the evil, you know what I'm saying? Rest in peace, Tupac. But I do think it's important, but I don't think it's it, you know. And I also think that I think it's overrated too because of where we're at in social media, but maybe it's not overrated. Maybe I underrate it. I don't know. But I just think that yeah, I think it's very important. But I think the most ideally in a utopian world, the most important part would be your skills and accomplishments, but it's not like that. But I would say that's still more important, but I'd say it's like 60-40. You know what I'm saying? How much you affect and impact the people, influence the people, and then also how what you accomplish. So I say 60-40, 60 being the accomplishment side and 40. That's just me. That's my personal opinion. Max didn't turn his back on boxing. I just see it as him always being an advocate for that. But true. That's true, Ty. Yeah, EJ has swag, right? He has swag. You know. So you gotta have something. And Terrence Bud Crawford, I'm just using him as an example. I think he has. Like I said, I'm big on being real, bro. I feel like Terrence Crawford is a very genuine, true to himself type of person. You know what I'm saying? So I like him a lot. But everybody, like I said, man, a lot of the people. I mean, we see it in not just boxing and social media too. Like, look at the biggest social media influencers. A lot of them are buttholes. You know what I'm saying? You know, so a lot of times, not even political spokespeople as well, you know, a lot of them are buttholes, very divisive, very mean, very cruel. They say outrageous stuff. I mean, even look, whether I'm not, you know, I know political topics are a little sensitive, but no matter who you voted for, it's not debatable that the current sitting president says some wild stuff that doesn't seem very presidential in nature, right? That's not debatable. If you want to debate if he's a good president or not, that's debatable. But which for me, it's not, because I don't think Trump is good. But whatever, he's still the president. I still got to root for him because I'm pro-America. I'm American, so I want America to do well. But yeah, so but my point is, I'm saying that a lot of times you get attention for being a butthole. You know what I'm saying? Being mean to people. So you just got to be true to who you are and be yourself, and know that just because somebody like you for nonsense don't mean it's necessarily good. All money ain't good money. So you gotta look within and focus on your values and be true to yourself and keep your morals. Because just because you popular, just because you got a lot of people following you, don't mean that you're a good person. And I think being a good person, for what I believe in, I think that's gonna matter the most when it's all said and done. We'll see though. We all gonna find out together. Shout out to Marcus Brown coming out. Hey, man, did y'all watch? Why did they release the face-off so late? Bro, I saw the face-off today. Was it released today? With Marcus Brown and Brandon Glanton. That was a pretty good face-off, though. But why did they release it today? They should have released that like a week ago. Got more people tuned in, man. I don't know what's wrong with these people, man. Some of their choices are crazy. They be having teams, too. It's like, it's just me by myself on my channel, running my channel. But these people be having teams. How do you release a face-off for a fight that's happening today? It was good though. If you missed it, go check out Brandon Glanton versus Marcus Brown. That face off is pretty good. He said Max did turn his back on boxing. Oh yeah, I read that. Yeah, shout out to Ty. Yep, that's my jam. Shout out to Pat. Yes sir. This ain't new for Max. He was the one pounding the table to include Ryan as a king. Yep. He was the one glazing to the point he was in the Gatorade commercial with Dame Lillard. That's true. Max loved him some Ryan. You right about that. You right about that, Ty. I don't mind it. You know, like I said, I liked Ryan too. I liked Ryan at one point, you know. I do think Ryan is very charismatic. Like I said, I just don't think he's a good person anymore. And you know, I don't rock with some of the things that he said, and you know what I'm saying, even bigger than boxing, you know, not just the fact that he missed weight and he cheated. You know, we could get over that, but the fact that he said, like, you know, double down on some of the stuff, not even, you know, N-word, saying the N-word, and talk about, you know, resurrecting people that were victims of police brutality just to kill them again. That's evil stuff, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I don't play with stuff like that, so I can't rock with Ryan Garcia. But you know, I don't rock with Teal, but you never hear me say Teal's a bad fighter. I never say Teal's a bad fighter. If anything, you would think that I'd be the biggest Ryan Garcia fan because I picked Ryan to beat Devin Haney. And I got money off that. But yeah, so I'm not a Ryan Garcia hater. I'm just a racist hater. I don't like racists, bro. It is what it is. I don't play like that. And racist cheaters. And people who think that stuff is funny, and people that don't have accountability. Every time he loses, it's an excuse. Every time he does something wrong, it's an excuse. He has no accountability. I don't rock with people like that, man. That's childish, immature ass. Tio is gonna get humiliated by Shakur. Shout out to Technique. I have Shakur winning. I don't know though, man. I've been thinking about that a lot, Technique. I'm not gonna lie to you, brother. I think Tio has a better chance than I initially thought. I'm not. First of all, I don't believe it's gonna happen. This Teofimo Lopez we're talking about. He's notorious for calling out people that not fighting him. Devin Haney, Keyshawn Davis, Jerron Boots Ennis, Brian Norman, Terrence Bud Crawford. The list goes on. You see what I'm saying? Shakur Stevenson, Richardson Hitchens. You see what I'm saying? So I don't believe he's gonna fight him. But if it does happen, I ain't gonna lie. I think Tio has a decent chance, man. But I am with you. I'm leaning towards Shakur. I'm going with Shakur. I think Shakur beats him. I think Shakur beats everybody except for Gervonta. I think that Gervonta and Tank, that's a fight that if Gervonta's fighting anybody, I think Gervonta's going to win. I'm the least confident about Shakur. Like I still think I'm going with Gervonta, but you know, I'm more confident with him fighting everybody else. I think Shakur, that's the best matchup. It's the same with Shakur. I don't think anybody I think Shakur beats everybody, but I don't think he beats Shakur Tank. So I think that's a matchup that I want to see. But I do think that Teofimo is a good matchup for Shakur. I think that's a good matchup. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, I like it. The more I think about it, the more I like it. But I do think Shakur wins. Max is heavy on the social injustices and people's right, denouncing bigots. But Ryan, he was on me. Right, facts. That's why I like Max too, man. I like Max. It may not be cool to speak highly of Max now, but you know, I'm a pretty honest person, man, and I'm loyal to. I still like Max. Like I said, to me, he's still the best boxing analyst, contributor, pundit, whatever. I don't agree with his takes on Floyd and stuff like that, but I still think Max is a beast. And that's part of the reason why I like him. He's a real stand-up dude, man. You know what I'm saying? Big on equality, big on fairness, big on love, and big on giving people credit. You see what I'm saying? So his recent nonsense doesn't really move me from that or sway me away from that thought. But you know, I give compliments and I also give critiques. I think he's been borderline trash lately, but yeah, I still like him. But that is funny though, yeah, because that's part of the reason why I like him. Ty, he was quiet on that. He was definitely muted on that. I got Shakur, but he can't afford to sleep on Teal. Yep, Shakur knows that for sure. Yep, no, Teal only call out black fighters, not all fighters. Now he called out what's the name too. He didn't fight him, but you gotta remember he fought Josh Taylor and Lomachenko and stuff like that too. But he also called out what's the name? What's his name, bro? Who he just called out, bro? Oh, Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia and somebody else too. He talked about fighting Ryan Garcia. He talked about fighting somebody else too. Maybe it was just Ryan Garcia then. could have sworn he called out somebody that wasn't American or Black American. I can't remember. Maybe I'm tripping. Yeah, they're in Nigeria specifically. Yep. Yeah, they're in Africa. Yep, Nigeria specifically. Lagos, the capital of Nigeria. I agree with you, Oster. He was the best to me. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, you might be right, Oster. He probably does just call out black fighters. I think you probably right, O. Definitely mostly calls him out. I agree. Called out Tank as well. Yep. I could have sworn he called out maybe, you know what I'm thinking of? I'm probably thinking about Liam Paul, but Liam Paul called him out. He didn't call out Liam Paul. Liam Paul and Jack Catterall called him out too. He didn't call them out. That's probably what I'm thinking of. That's your man's. Shot big up to Nigeria. Yes, ma'am. We got this is put on by Balmoral Promotions, Balmoral Promotional Group, or Balmoral Group Promotions, a Nigerian-based boxing promotional company. They do other things too. Just kind of like how Matchroom has their hands in other things. They also have their hands in other things. The Balmoral Group Promotions of Nigeria. Shout out to them. It's also brought to you by Amir Khan Promotions. Shout out to him. And also shout out to DAZN and all that good stuff in Bonbons. But Balmoral Group Promotions, they also wanted to get Deontay Wilder out there. Shout out to them. The CEO is Balmoral Group Promotion. Who is the CEO of it? I don't remember. Let me look it up real quick. Dang, I don't remember it's a doctor something. Yeah, Dr. Ezekiel Adamu. Dr. Adamu is a CEO of Balmoral Group Promotions. Shout out to them, man. They spell Glanton wrong. Tighten up. They got to do better. Fire Fidat. See if they did to Max the same that he did to Molly. Hey. Molly gonna be on Nightcap with Shannon Sharp and Ocho. Don't forget to smack that like button, y'all, if you haven't done so already. I appreciate it. Consider becoming a member if you haven't done so already. I appreciate it. Shout out to all the members holding it down, keeping the channel going and growing. I appreciate it. Shout out to Smoochie and shout out to Ty for being on the Patreon. Join the Patreon. Really helps us to keep going as well and growing, you know. Help us get out there to get to these events. So shout out to those on the Patreon. Shout out to the members. Shout out to those that hop in the Super Chat and the Cash App. Let's get some more love on the channel. I appreciate it. I think Glanton's a bigger puncher. I think Marcus Brown's a better boxer, but Marcus Brown's a big puncher too now. They going at it right now. Shout out to Mr. Grandy. And that face-off was pretty good, man. It was pretty intense. Nice body shot from Marcus Brown. He's throwing some quick shots, man. Remember, Marcus Brown is pretty good now. He lost to, who did he lose to? Beterbiev and who else? He has another loss. Beterbiev and, I think he has 2 losses. I don't remember. Beterbiev and Marcus Brown. I don't remember. I'll look it up. He lost to somebody else. I think he has 2 losses, right? It's not just one. Yeah, 2 losses. Yeah, Jean Pascal. Yep. So we lost to two guys that are former champions. So no shame in that. Oh, big straight left hand from Marcus Brown. Brandon Glanton had a pretty close fight with Chris Billiam Smith. I don't think he fought since then. Yeah, Glanton's flat-footed. Yep. Did Brown fight John? Yeah, Jean Pascal. Yep. Yep. You're right, Irony. Oh, nice. Nice straight right hand from Brandon Glanton. I agree, but Glanton's a bit flat-footed. He has some pretty good wins, too, now. It's not just all about his losses. Marcus Brown beat, what's the name, too? He beat Badu Jack. And he beat somebody else. What's that one guy? What's the one guy that fought David Morrell when David Morrell made his debut at 175? The same time David Benavidez made his debut at 175 against Alexander Vazdik. Marcus Brown, Hot Rod. Marcus Brown beat Hot Rod Kaladzik as well. And Campillo, I think Gabriel Campillo as well. I think he beat. So he has a couple good names on his resume, on his record. Okay, so Brandon Glant hasn't fought since Billion Smith. Appreciate it. Since CBS. So he's trying to get back on the winning side. You definitely need to stay off the ropes. If these fighters' resumes was as big as their mouth, we would have saw some good fights by now. Everybody calling people out, no fights. Facts. Yeah, I know what you meant, Grandy. Excuse me. Glanton is pushing Brown on the ropes. I think Glanton got hurt, chat. Was it a low blow? Oh, Glanton said it was a low blow. Boy, that body shot was coming with fire. He said it was a low blow, chat. Low blow, low blow. Your stream keeps freezing for the fight or for the or my stream? Check out this one. Check out that one, Smoochie. The fight, okay, I dropped the link there. It's on YouTube right now. It's on the Zone, but it's also on YouTube. Talk Sport. I'm watching on Talk Sport YouTube channel. I'll be watching Top Sport and Spencer Oliver. And the other guys. Yes, ma'am. Johnny Nelson and Simon Jordan and all those guys. I could understand why people don't like Simon Jordan, but I kind of like him. he is a butthole sometimes, but he kind of all right. Glanton, I think he has to make it physical too, especially because remember Marcus Brown was a late replacement, so you got to test his endurance, man. I know Marcus Brown said he's always in the gym. When you're born ready, you ain't got to get ready. When you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready and stuff like that. That's true, but at the same time, it's a different level of intensity which you're getting ready. And you're staying ready when you're preparing for a fight, you know? Like you just chilling, you don't have nothing on your calendar. So remember, this was supposed to be Brandon Glanton originally versus Rocky Fielding, and Rocky Fielding pulled out, and Marcus Brown replaced him. So I think that it would behoove Brandon Glanton to test his nice shot for Brandon. It would behoove him to test his endurance and test his stamina and get physical. Yeah, I like Simon Jordan too. Irony. Oh, nice left hand to the body for Marcus Brown. Nice straight right hand from Glanton. Once again, Glanton is working, pushing Marcus Brown against the ropes, and he's just working. Oh my goodness, yo, that straight left hand from Brown is there. That straight left hand is landing on Brandon Glanton. Glanton's known to have a good chin though, so I agree. The replace is better. I agree. I like this matchup better. I agree, Ty. Nice body shot from Brown. Brandon Glanton tried to come up with a thunderous, vicious uppercut that just missed. Brandon Glanton's pinning Marcus Brown against the ropes, trying to work on the inside. Try to fight in the phone booth. A little CQC action. Marcus Brown explodes with two left hooks. I mean, a left hook and a right hook off the ropes. One, two from Brown into a hook to the body with a right hand from Brown. Little three-punch combination. Brandon Glanton is throwing some shots to the body. Working in the basement. That's a pretty decent fight, man. On a Wednesday, hump day. Hey. Shout out to Nigeria, man. Need more fights. We need more fights at various locations, man. We can't have all the fights in America, all the fights in England, all the fights in Saudi Arabia. We gotta have fights in, you know, Nigeria. You feel me? Mexico, Jamaica, Brazil, Ghana, Germany, France. I think that's good for the sport. Canada, you know, gotta have fights everywhere. I think it's good for the health of the sport. He said Emiliano Moreno knocked down or not. When was that fight? Emiliano Moreno. Was that the one on the Pro Box joint? That was a knockdown. Was that the Pro Box card, Pat? Where Paulie was like, that wasn't a knockdown? Bridgeport, Connecticut? I ain't mad at that. That's what fights in Connecticut. Why not? If you talk about the Pro Box one with Garcia versus Moreno, I thought it was a legit knockdown. Yeah, I thought it was. I thought Paulie was wrong as hell. I thought that was a knockdown. His jab caught him mid swing. If you take away the punch, he wouldn't have fell. Paulie, you know what I'm saying? People just be contradictory, bro. That was definitely a knockdown. You don't have to. It doesn't have to be a devastating haymaker punch to. It doesn't have to hurt you to knock you down. If that's the case, if it has to hurt you, then why do people get why is it counted as a knockdown if you take a knee and there's no punch thrown? Any punch that puts you down is a knockdown. There's no rule that says it has to devastate you or decapitate you or end the fight or have you spitting up blood. It doesn't say it has to be from an uppercut or a hook. It just says somebody going down from a punch. If you take that jab away, then that hook wouldn't have missed and he wouldn't have lost his balance. The worst is that he said that we can't get a knockdown after a jab. Yeah, exactly, Pat. And that's one thing. Shout out to Paulie Malignaggi. But that was a testament to when people say, "Oh, you don't know the sport because you didn't play the sport." No, bro, that doesn't mean that because you did the sport that means that everything you say is right, bro. No, because they say some ridiculous stuff as well. Imagine in order to be able to judge food, you have to be a chef. So I can't say this burger tastes good or bad because I'm not a chef. Now, you may not be able to say, oh, it's a terrible meal, or say there's, you know, but I can tell you what I think tastes good or tastes bad. Or it's real or what's fake. I have to be part of it. And that was terrible. Yeah, but he doubled down on it. That's what sucks about. That's what, I don't know. I like Paulie Malignaggi as a fighter, but as a commentator, if he likes you, he's all for you. If he doesn't like you, he's not. He's fully against you. And instead of just being humble and be like, okay, bet I got it wrong, the man tried to double down on the replay, but you clearly see it's a knockdown. You don't have to be a basketball player to be able to judge basketball. Now, of course, you may not have the experience to you know, the firsthand experience, but you know, I mean, I was an amateur boxer too, so I guess I do have some experience. But even that doesn't mean that, you know, if you study the game and you look at it, you can't determine what a knockdown is. I'm an engineer. Does that mean that no one else could do math? If you can't do math as good as me, that means you can't do other forms of math or something like that. Like, nah, bro, you got to be able to. And just because I am an engineer doesn't mean that I can't get a math problem wrong. I get a lot of them right. Like Paul, he'll get a lot of stuff right, but he's emotional. 2-1. Paulie is just being Paulie. Facts. I'm talking about he was doubling, tripling down. You got Brown up right now, 2-1. I'm not supporting these whole ass boxers no more. F that. Who got Oster mad, bro? Hey, yo. Glanton smothering his work a lot. Yeah. I agree. I think Glanton's pushing the pace, but I have Brown being more effective with his punches. More selective and more effective. Glanton said he wanted this fight to be a 12-round fight instead of a 10. But Brown said, heck no, man. We doing a 10-round fight. Ain't no belt on the line. Hell wrong with you? Yeah, his uppercuts are fire. Well, that was a nice body shot with the left hand from Brown off the ropes. He didn't get to put that much leverage on it because Glanton was leaning on him. Well, that right hand seemed a little low right before the referee broke him up on the inside. That right hand, Brown got to keep it up a little bit. Glanton's trying to have like he's desperately trying to fight on the inside, so much so that he's willing to have like a wrestling match, just trying to outmuscle Brown, trying to make it ugly. Not even trying, he is making it ugly. Nice right hand from Brown. Oh, left hook, right hook, do a right uppercut from Brown. I learned something I didn't know too. I think I learned from the face-off that Marcus Brown has some Liberian roots. Neither one of them have the belt, Smoochie. Neither one of them have a belt. That's why Brown said he doesn't want a 12-round fight, because there's no belt on the line. Brandon Glanton wanted a 10-round fight. I mean, wanted a 12-round fight, and he tried to get Marcus Brown to sign a contract to make it 12 rounds during the face-off. Nice uppercut for Brandon Glanton. Who did Brown replace? Rocky Fielding. Rocky Felding. Nice body shot. Brown is doing a lot of work off the ropes. Brandon Glanton's trying to make him uncomfortable. But only thing about this now. Oh, nice right uppercut. Snuck that in there from Brandon Glanton. He's smothering him so much that like somebody said in the chat, I think it was Mr. Grandy. You know, he's smothering his own work, and I don't even know if he's comfortable. But I have Glanton winning this round so far. Nice 3-punch combination from Glanton. Oh, Brown returns the fire with a 5-6 punch combination. Take that with you. Take that with you. Double up on the hook. Right hook, left hook for Brandon Glanton. Right hook, left hook for Marcus Brown. 30 seconds left in this round. 4th round of 10. Brandon Glanton really wants to make this fight a fight against the ropes. Marcus Brown coming with a right hook, then another right hook to a left. Then slowly allows himself to be backed up against the ropes again. I just think Brown is too willingly. He's allowing himself to be backed up to the ropes too willingly, in my opinion. But Brandon Glanton's a big guy, so I guess it'll be kind of hard not to. Appreciate everybody in the stream right now, too. Don't forget to smack that like button for your boy. And don't forget to keep the notifications on, too. And if you're not getting my notifications, make sure that you go to your YouTube settings. And it's one thing that you have all notifications on for my channel, but also go to your YouTube settings and make sure that you also activate your notifications from YouTube, the platform itself, so you can get the actual notifications from my channel. So, you know what I'm saying? Turn up the notification, man. We drop content like crazy. You feel me? We out here in these streets, these YouTube streets. Let's get it. Round number 5, halfway through. Well, approaching halfway through. Oh, what happened? What happened? Let me pause the clock. Let me pause the clock. You got some tape on the glove they got to cut. What we got? What we got going on? Look like some excessive amount of tape or loose tape. I can't tell. Taking a long time to get that tape, cuzzy. All right, time in. Let's get it. Brandon. Oh, big left hand. Brandon Glanton just caught Marcus Brown with. Brandon Glanton got to be careful. He throws some low blows unintentionally. That was a nice straight left hand that Brandon Glanton caught Marcus Brown's with right in the face, knocking his head back. Brown might be tired, man. He might be a little gassed. That's what I said. This is smart by Brandon Glanton because Marcus Brown is a late replacement, so you got to test that gas tank, man. You got to test that stamina. Another low blow for Marcus Brown. I think that was unintentional again, yet still a low blow nonetheless. Maybe that was intentional to try to get his win back. I don't know. Marcus Brown gets warned again for the low blows. Gotta Got to keep them hands up, partner. Thomas Hill. Yes, sir. What's good, Thomas? Salute my brethren. Salutations, brother. Halfway through the 5th round. Halfway through the 5th round. Yo. Right. My boy, Ryu Keno. Ryu Keno in the building. Wagwan, brethren. Keno, what's good, man? Good to see you, man. Oh, hold on. Now they wrestling. Oh, they wrestling now. The referee got to, hey, he got to establish some decorum in the ring. Got to get them together now. They was in there wrestling. Nice left. Hey, Marcus Brown is susceptible to that gosh dang walk in straight overhand right. I mean overhand left from Marcus Brown. Gosh dang. Marcus Brown is susceptible to that walk in straight left from Brandon Glanton. He's getting hit by that every time. Every time they break and they walk forward, whether it's the beginning of the round or the referee breaks him up and makes him re-engage, watch, you're going to get hit with it again. Brandon Glanton going to throw a left hand and bink! He got to stop getting hit with that. Another pause with the tape. Decorum, I likes that. You feel me? Brown's holding a lot, yeah. Might be a little gas, man. That's that late replacement. That's that late replacement, man. Keno, how's that Lars coming, man? You still cooking with the Lars? Holla at me when Julia come back, man. You know what I'm talking about? I just played. I'm done with Tekken, man. All right, let's restart the clock. Excuse me. Yeah, they do more wrestling than boxing this round. Yeah, I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna try to get back for the round start. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Yo. She said, it's going, but you done after this season? I hear that. I feel that. Bro. I agree. Those straights, he been landing on the money with them straights. Getting a little sloppy in there, though. Might be a little bit of fatigue setting in. Nice right hook from Brandon Glanton landing off the ropes. Nice right hook from Marcus Brown landed while he was on the ropes. Brandon Glanton returns 2 hooks to the body. Ooh, nice sneaky little right uppercut from Brandon Glanton. Brandon Glanton going to the body, come into the body. Getting really physical. Remember during the face-off, Brandon Glanton told Marcus Brown not to quit. He told him not to quit. Brandon Glanton said, I'm going to stop you. I think Marcus Brown a little gas, man. Hey, I appreciate you, Keno. Shout out to you, bro. I think Brandon Glanton is Brandon Glanton might be pulling away a little bit. He's still pinning Marcus Brown against the ropes. Marcus Brown is explosive, though. Every once in a while, he takes a couple shots, and Marcus Brown will explode with a little three-punch combination like he did right there, and into the body with the left hand to the body. But I just don't know if it's enough now. I think Brandon Glanton, maybe he has the endurance on his side. He might have the judges on his side as well. Neither one of them look like they have too much stank on their punches right now. Ooh, as I say that, Marcus Brown lands a nice little left hook. Brandon Glanton lands a nice little uppercut. Didn't really have too much leverage on that. I gotta get a little bit more torque in there, man. You weren't torquing enough. Oh, double right hook from Marcus Brown. Marcus Brown trying to let them hands go. Oh, right hand landed smooth on Brandon Glanton's chin from Marcus Brown. Marcus Brown trying to turn up and end this round strong now. Brandon Glanton is throwing hands too. It's like he's willing to exchange. He's ready and willing to exchange. Marcus Brown is throwing the more precise. His punches are landing with more precision. But Brandon Glanton is just throwing more volume. Punches in bunches. Versus the judicious precision. Selective shots from Marcus Brown. Yeah, I think Brown might be hurt too, but he's definitely masking it well. And he's throwing some shots, though. Got to give it to him. Oh, my goodness. Nice right uppercut for Brandon Glanton on the inside to end the round. Uh-oh. Yeah, that uppercut. Uh-oh. Uh-oh is right. Uh-oh is right, Smoochie. What we going into round number 7, correct? It's over with. Brandon Glanton told him not to quit, and he quit. Brandon Glanton told him not to quit, and he quit. Bro, that's why I say, hey, bro, sometimes these face-offs be good, man. This is a good fight, man. Shout out to Brandon Glanton. Shout out to Marcus Brown. But Brandon Glanton told this man not to quit, bro. He told him not to quit on you. He said, don't you quit on the stool. He said, I'm going to stop you unless you quit. That's what he said. He said, those are your only two options. You're either going to get stopped or you're going to quit. And the man quit. Bro, that just makes it so much better, bro. The man Brandon Glanton called it, man. One time for Brandon Glanton. Shout out to Marcus Brown. Took the fight on late notice. Big salute to him. You know what I'm saying? It was a hell of a fight while it lasted. But I got to show Brandon Glanton love, man. Brandon Glanton called that, bro. Go watch that face-off, chat. If you haven't watched it. That's why I be watching the face-off. It makes it a little bit more interesting, you know? He got packed up, bro. Got packed up, man. He outworked him. He outworked him. And like I said, you know, I got to give Marcus Brown respect. He fought on short notice. You know what I'm saying? Late notice, I would say. You know, I don't know if it's short notice, but you know, it still wasn't a full time. So I gotta give him that. Y'all check it out right here. Here goes a face-off if anybody's interested. Brandon Glanton tells him multiple times, emphatically too, with passion. He says, "Hey, don't you?" Hey, he said, "I'm gonna stop you, unless you quit." he said, "You gonna quit or I'm gonna stop you." Hey. Wait, is Brandon Glanton Nigerian? I didn't know that. That's what's up. I don't know if he's just repping the Nigerian flag out of respect because he's in Nigeria, or is he American by way of Nigeria? I definitely gonna try to get him on the show, man. Fun fact, chat. His manager reached out to have him on the show, and then he ghosted me. How you gonna reach out and ghost me, bro? How you gonna reach out and ghost me at the same? That's crazy, bro. It's wild, bro. This is a long time ago. I told Ty about it. I usually don't tell people about when people reach out or people I'm talking with, just because I don't want people to get disappointed and stuff. But yeah, his manager, Napper, Napper, who was also the manager of Chris Eubank Jr. He reached out to me about Brandon Glanton and I can't remember the other fighter's name. Dang, who was the other fighter? I can't remember the other fighter's name. Reached out to me. That's all right, better set it up, you know? And then I don't know what happened. But I talked to him since, and I guess I don't know. Hopefully we get some interviews, chat. You feel me, Smoochie? That's just petty. How you gonna reach out to me and ghost me? How you gonna ask me for an interview? It wasn't Brandon Glenn. It was his manager. I don't know if he's still his manager though. I would assume maybe not. Maybe that's why too. Maybe he's not his manager anymore because I don't see him here. Maybe he would be here. I don't know. But yeah, that's petty, bro. You gonna reach out and ghost me, bro? He was way off too long. I agree with that, T-Mac. You're not going to be the workhorse. Facts. Yeah, poor conditioning. Yeah, but I will say this too, T-Mac. I gotta cut him a little slack because it was supposed to be Rocky Fielding. So maybe Marcus Brown would have came in better shape if he would have had a full training camp. You know what I'm saying? I got to imagine that is quite the disadvantage, you know what I'm saying, to come in a little later. You know, even if it's you have an 8-week camp, even if it's cut short to 5 weeks, that's still significant, or 6 weeks. You know what I'm saying? So I got to give Marcus Brown some love for that. You know what I'm saying? For even taking the fight. Because this is a good card. Shout out to Balmoral Group Promotions. The Nigerian promotional group. Shout out to Amir Khan Promotions. Shout out to everybody that put this fight on, man. We got to see some more boxing. Spread the love in different countries. You know what I'm saying? We in Nigeria right now. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we be coming live from Australia. Sometimes we commentate the fights in Japan, America, England, Saudi Arabia. We in Nigeria today. You know what I'm saying? Canada, Germany, Jamaica, Australia. Let's get it. I think that's health that improves the health of the sport, you know. Let the Nigerian boxing fans go out there and get the support. You know what I'm saying? Let the Australian fans go out to support. Let the German fans, Jamaican fans, Mexican fans, English fans, American fans, all get their chance to go out there and support. Shout out to Kendrick in the building. Marcus put the fries in the bag. Shout out to my boy Bodega Ty dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. He said, put the fries in the bag. Kendrick said, dang, I just got off of work. Hey, shout out to Ty for the $2, man. I appreciate that, bro. Dropping some color in the chat. We need that. I appreciate you, brother. He said, yeah, it was a good card, bro. I thought it was good. Now, was it perfect? Nah. But I think, I think it's a good card, man. Look at all those people there, too, in Nigeria, man, for Brandon Glanton and Marcus Brown. No disrespect to them, but they're not really marquee guys. And look at the crowd. That's fire, bro. Love to see it. I wish I could have went, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, don't worry. Once the channel start popping like that, you know what I'm saying? And once we build our presence, they might even sponsor me to go out there and cover the fights. You know what I'm saying? All expense paid trip. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Go out there and do what I do. That'd be fire out there, man. All them big body gal in Nigeria too, boy. You know what I'm talking about? I need it in my life. I want it in my life. Come put it in my life. I'ma keep it in my life. I gotta get out there. You feel me? I know Ty feel me. Lego stand up. Boop. Facts. I got to go to Nigeria. Me too, Smoochie. I'm Nigerian and I've never been. My people from Uweri State. Shout out to Brandon Glanton. Shout out to Brandon Glanton, man. This fight took place. Yes, in Lagos, Nigeria, man. Lagos, Nigeria. Pause. We definitely go pause that. My animation's broken, Tom. It's the only one that's working. I fixed is the biscuits, but my other animations are broken, man. I gotta go fix that. I think that's the don't quote me, but I think that's the CEO of Balmoral Group right there. Dr. Adamu, I think. You know what I'm saying? We gotta be familiar with these people. Yeah, I think that's Dr. Ezekiel Adamu right there. Of the Nigerian the Nigerian promotional Balmoral promotional group. Balmoral Group Promotion, excuse me. We got to be familiar with him like we are Eddie Hearn, you know what I'm talking about? And Frank Warren, you know what I'm talking about? Bob Arum, Don King, Al Heyman, Oscar De La Hoya. Get it together, Doc. Yeah, hey, I'm trying, bro. I got to fix it. I don't know how. And OBS had an update, and whenever it has an update, not all the time, but sometimes when it has an update, bro, they just mess up my settings, man. It's annoying too because it's not even like it's settings that you got to put back. It's like settings that now you have to readjust it to match whatever they did, which is wild, man. Yo, shout out to my brother Tufo dropping the hello yellow $10 on the fellow with that bread, that cheese, that butter. Shout out to my brother Tufo. He said tank for undisputed from 135 to 160. You feel me? Facts. Big undisputed. You know what I'm saying? That's a fact, bro. Jetterbeck don't want none. Laura don't want none. Adamas don't want none. Fundora don't want none. You feel me? Who else at 154? Who's the champion? Bakram don't want none. Xander don't want none. Yeah, they don't want none. I'm missing somebody at 154. Abbas Barao don't want none. You feel me? That's 150, 142. What, 147? Barrios, Rolly already got some. He don't want no more. Barrios already got some. He don't want no more. Lewis Crocker don't want none. Brian Norman, he don't want none. You feel me? Who at 140? Gary Antoine Russell, Teofimo. Say like Subra Matias say. Subra Matias don't want none. None don't want none, bro. Richardson Hitchens don't want none. You feel me? Shakur, Murataya, the winner of Noakes and Abdullah Mason, they don't want none, bro. Shout out to my brother Tufo, man. Appreciate that, folk. Big $10, man. Thank you, sir. Tank fight speed. Hey, he might fight speed, bro. Hey, he might fight Speed, Kai Cenat, and Mr. Beast. Facts. Tank must be testing places. He must be trading places with Bud. Oh man, you going to Misfits boxing, man? Y'all hating, man. See all that hate, y'all blood. Y'all got too much hate, y'all blood, man. Shout out to Tufo, man. Appreciate it, bro. My boy telling big facts. Y'all hating, man. Hey, shout out to Brandon Glanton, though, man. Shout out to all the winners and the ones that came up short on this wonderful event, man. Shout out to Balmoral Group Promotions. Shout out to Americon Promotions. Dope, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lagos, Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? Big up to every country on the wonderful, phenomenal, magnificent, massive continent of Africa. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to them, man. That's fire, man. Shout out to Talk Sport Boxing, putting it on for YouTube. Shout out to DAZN broadcasting it. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. Tank versus Salt Poppy is crazy. Shout out, man. Shout out to everybody watching on at 2 o'clock on a Wednesday. I ain't even gonna make it to my workout, but that's all right. This is worth it. Give my body some time to rest, and we get to watch some great boxing from Nigeria. You know what I'm talking about? NTB, you know what I'm talking about? Boxing Talk fam, you know what I'm talking about? That's what I need. Hey, when I start pulling up in chats from now on, like live chats, I'm gonna start dropping NTB for the Boxing Talk family. You know what I'm talking about? we got to come up with something to say when we pop up places. But now, let me not say that because I don't want people to say that I'm copying them, you know, because I heard through the grapevine that apparently that I'm copying people because I have fighters shout out my channel. Because I guess that the people on YouTube in the boxing community are the first people to ever interview anybody and get some love shown back. That's just crazy, bro. I'm saying, hey, the haters always gonna hate, man. I just do my thing. You don't get love like that because you ain't a real one. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about, I get love like that because it's love. I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. I'm gonna start posting those pictures too that I have with Evander Holyfield, Roy Jones Jr., Juan Manuel Marquez, shout me out, Zab Judah. Don't worry. I'm gonna start. They was mad before. I'm gonna really make y'all mad. I'm gonna really make them mad. I'm out here. I just started my boxing channel. I don't think I just got into this boxing stuff. I pull out a slideshow on y'all ass. Every channel exists with love a shout out. What the? Hey, thank you, Smoochie. Yeah, thank you, Smoochie. Hey, people gonna be mad. You gotta let them be mad. They gonna be mad. They can't do it like you, so they gonna be mad. They supposed to be mad. I'm gonna keep them mad though. That's what we gonna do, man. The Boxing Talk family gonna keep them mad. I never heard no nonsense like that in my life. That just means you arrive once the hate creeps in. Come on now, Thomas. Well, we gonna keep them hating too. It's my job to keep them on their job. Their job is to hate. It's my job to keep them hating. We gonna do that, good Lord willing. Neck titties and booty. Gotta get more people and show more interviews at the end of the day. Come on now, Oster. Come on now. Let me show you something real quick, man. I'm gonna show y'all something, man. I mean, y'all see my intro. Y'all see what we working with. Y'all see what we working with, man. Y'all see the intros and the outros and stuff like that. Yo, what y'all think that's fake? No, I'm talking about, you feel me, Thomas? You feel me? Who this is right here, man? Who that is right there, man? That's your boy. That's your boy, a real deal Holyfield, man. That looks like a new picture or old picture, chat. I ain't even look. I only got one chain. You know that's an old picture. Look at that. Look at all these chains I got. I only got one chain on in this picture. You know that's old. That's me and Evander. You think Evander would just let somebody get close to him like that he don't rock with? Come on, man. Stop playing, man. I'm not saying we know him personally, but it's just the vibe that people love when they real ones like other real ones, bro. You feel me? When you talk to him with respect, with tact, and you just be informed. They love that, bro. That's why they be rocking with me and showing me love. Who this is? You think that's old or that's new? That's who that is right there. That's Andre Ward, man. That's AI generated facts. That's Andre Ward right there, man. This is old, bro. This is old. That's Andre Ward right there, bro. That's son of God, man. Don't worry, I'm gonna start busting y'all heads. Who that is right there? Who that is right there? That's Juan Manuel Marquez before he was on the PEDs allegedly. You see how small his head is? Juan Manuel Marquez. I still got the neck pillow on, bro. I was asleep. I said, hold on, that's Marquez. Who that is right there? That's new or old? Come on, man. That's me and my partner with Roy Jones, man. Man, y'all better stop playing with me, man. I got plenty more. Come on, man. You better stop playing with me, bro. I ain't new to this. I'm true to this. You better stop playing with me, man. I got Zab Judah, Sean Porter, Miguel Cotto. Man, stop playing with me. Terrence Crawford. Man, stop playing. Sugar Shane Mosley. Stop playing, man. I'm new to the boxing space as far as a content creator. I'm not new to this, boy. I be out there. I got Tommy Hitman Hearns. Man, stop playing, man. Mike Tyson, Bernard Hopkins, man. You better stop playing with me. Freddie Roach, Manny Pacquiao, Ruslan Provatnikov. You better stop playing with me, man. Nah, I ain't never. I ain't meet Sugar Ray Robinson, bro. I ain't that old. Rest in peace, Sugar Ray Robinson. Oh, I got Lennox Lewis, though, Pat. I got Lennox Lewis. Man said Sugar Ray Robinson. That's crazy. Hey, Sugar Ray Robinson would be crazy, bro. Hey, yo. I got Lucian Butte. Your boy on the end with you. And Roy looked like he looked like Papoose. It's crazy. That's my boy Q. He said he looked like Papoose. Hey yo, that's funny, bro. I know you play. I know you playing, Pat. I need you to make my thumbnail and see you good on Photoshop. You feel me? I'm good. Since I'm good at Photoshop, let me start making it. We got Teddy in the building. Let me start making the let me make the fake ones, man. I'm gonna get a picture of me and Floyd. I got a real picture of me and Floyd too. I was about to say a fake picture of Floyd. I actually got a real picture of Floyd. I have to make a fake one to like Clarissa Shields or something. I never met Clarissa. I met Errol Spence. I don't think I got a picture with Errol Spence though. Oh, I never met Canelo. Never met Canelo. I had to make a fake one of me and Canelo. Joe Louis is crazy. Joe Louis, Rocky Marciano, you know what I'm saying? Jack Johnson, you feel me? That's crazy. Oh, I'm gonna start dropping them. I'm gonna start dropping them on the YouTube, man. See one with Tank. I never met Tank. I would have to Photoshop Tank. I never met Tank. You hell bitch for Floyd. In fact, I was out there. And I did meet speaking of Floyd, I met Floyd and I met Jeff Mayweather. I have to find that picture. I don't know. I would have to find the Jeff Mayweather one. I never met Roger, rest in peace, or Floyd Mayweather Sr., but I met Jeff Mayweather and I met Floyd. Knock out flips with Jack Johnson and 2 white girls. Hey, don't you put that on me, man. Don't you put that on me, man. Don't get me in trouble, man. You know what I'm saying? He said he looked like Papoose is crazy. I'd have to Photoshop Clarissa, Tank, Alicia Bumgarner. Usyk. I'll have to Photoshop them. In a way. Cinnamon. Man, I wish I would have. That's what I wish. You know who I would have met though, for real? If I could meet like one of the somebody of more recent, I would say I would like to meet. I like Brian Norman. I like Brian Norman, but I like to meet Brian Norman probably. I like to meet Bozy a lot. I like to meet Bozy. I'm trying to think who else I would like to meet. Bozy, Brian Norman Jr. Mario Barrios. I like to meet Mario Barrios. Tierra Brown. I like to meet Tierra Brown. Shout out to her. I like to meet Tierra Brown. And probably like Gabriella Fondora too. I like Gabriella Fondora. Fishing with Loma is crazy, bro. Yep, in the Ukraine before the war. You feel me? You had a dance for battle with Usyk on Barry Fields. Facts. Now, who you got between Nicholas? Ooh, Pat, that's gonna be a good one, man. Because you know Nicholas Floss was supposed to fight on. He was actually the original headliner for the Najee Lopez versus Kelvin Henderson fight. And then I don't know what happened, if his opponent pulled out or what, but I'm glad because I think this Floss versus Delonte Johnson. Ooh, Delonte Tiger Johnson. That's going to be a good one, man. This is a major test, man. I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. I'm thinking Floss. I might be leaning towards Floss, man. But this is going to be a good one. Because I'm going to be honest. I know I've been on record saying this as well. Like, I'm not really convinced by Tiger Johnson. He just never looks too impressive to me. But Floss, you know, I think he has 1 loss or 2 losses. I'm not sure early on. So he's not unbeatable. No one's unbeatable, but you know what I'm saying? His record, it has a blemish on it already. I would lean towards Floss though, but I'm not sure, man. That's a good one. Thomas has Floss. You have Floss? Ooh, they don't want nothing not from America, the country not FDA approved. To peel back the onions. Ooh, you got Floss? That's gonna be a good one, man. That's gonna be a good one, man. You got Floss too, Ty? Ooh. Who you got, Pat? Floss has 3 losses. Oh, I thought he had 2. Okay, he has 3. Okay. Everybody got to get in the pick with you because you the aware content creator, so you make them more official because we talk boxing on your channel. Remember that, Doc? You that guy for real. Man, I appreciate it. Shout out to Oster, man. Shout out to OG Oster, man. I appreciate that, bro. I wish I could run the animation for you, man, but thank you, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, bro. For real, bro. Like, man, thank you, bro. Yeah, thank you, bro. I really be putting in the work, man. That's one thing I can't fake it. You know, I don't be trying to say it like for nothing, bro. I really be putting in that work, dog. That's one thing I will do, man. Not for nothing, but I'm gonna work. I'm gonna work, bro. I'm gonna work. But shout out to you, Oster. I appreciate that, man. And I think that's how I'm gonna be honest. Like if you just watch my interviews with Bob Santos and stuff like that, like how I got an interview with Dan Raphael. And he unblocked me on Twitter, but this is years ago. This is back then before I even had a channel. You know, I would just record. I wish I could find it, but bro, I'm not saying Dan Raphael don't want to talk to people, but the fact he was just excited that I knew who he was. You feel me? I knew what he was. I knew that he wrote for ESPN and stuff like that. I knew some of his pieces. We were just talking for probably like 20 minutes, right in the middle of Las Vegas, bro. At a McDonald's. In fact, I was eating McDonald's. Yeah. Hey, don't tell him, but he had about 3 Big Macs. I'm talking about the boy had the supersized joints. I'm talking about guys. He had a couple shoulders. I said, dang, my boy hungry, ain't it? Well, you better go, gosh dang. Hey, he ain't know though. You know what I'm saying? But he don't even know I met him. Yeah, I met him, man. I interviewed Tony Weeks. Tony Weeks, the referee. I interviewed Tony Weeks. Tony Weeks was actually my first ever interview, bro. You know what I'm saying? Tony Weeks, the referee. Facts. I wish my partners was here. So my partners in the picture. Doc Capehart to tell you, he was there. That was my first ever interview. Was with Tony Weeks. That was probably at the. I don't remember what fight that was at. I don't remember. Oscar Perez, my brother, mi hermano Carnal. What it do, brethren? I'm just mad we don't see Carmel Moen. Man, I'm still a little bit I don't know about Carmel, man. Why he Hey, Smoochie, bro. Smoochie, sis, when I tell you I be on Twitter and it's just funny to me because I'll comment on things like the Ring Magazine posts and stuff like that. Cause I'm not really on Twitter, big on Twitter to the point where I make a post and people react to it. But like I reply to a lot of things. I'm trying to build my following on Twitter and stuff like that. Just build a channel. And like sometimes I'll reply to stuff. And I guess Dan Raphael, I will reply to something and see other people reply to be like, I didn't even know I was blocked. But Dan Raphael blocked me because he said, I can't remember what he said, but I didn't even talk trash. I just corrected him on something that he said that was wrong in boxing. He said like something about the IBF being suspicious because they ranked somebody as a mandatory. I said, and I responded, I said, oh, but it wasn't suspicious when the WBC did this or when they did this, and he blocked me. I didn't say nothing. I didn't talk no, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I talk trash on Twitter now, but I don't initiate it. I rarely initiate the trash. I didn't even talk trash to Dan Raphael. He really just blocked me literally because I corrected him on some boxing stuff. Instead of being like, oh, my bad. You right. He just blocked me. I showed it on the channel before. The message that he blocked me with. I be seeing people I had no clue. I never even interacted with that blocked me. I'm like, okay. Shit, I don't know you anyway. Block me if you want to. I know Dan Raphael, though. I said, man, my boy blocked me, bro. That's crazy, bro. I thought we was cool, man. Doc is an intellectual man. Hey, Kendrick, bro. Shout out to my brother Kendrick, man. I appreciate that, bro. He said he's the boxer. I'm telling you, bro. That's a fact. That's a fact, though. If you say something crazy, especially when you say something crazy and try to, I'm going to be honest, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat, but you know me, man. I try to be fair. But, okay, so you know the presidents of the sanctioning bodies, right? You know WBC, President Mauricio Suleiman. We know WBA, President Gilberto Mendoza. WBO, President Gustavo Olivieri. IBF, President Daryl Peoples. You know Daryl Peoples is American, Black American specifically. And sometimes people be having little undertones. Who's the one that they attack them? Who does the least? I'm not going to say the least, but who does? The IBF is probably the most fair to boxers. I'm not saying that they do everything right. Like I thought it was trash to try to force your mandatory in there when we had a rematch between Undisputed. And it's the first time we ever had Undisputed in the heavyweight division in a quarter century, 25 years between Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk. I thought that was a bad time to try to force your mandatory in between that rematch being Undisputed. So I'm not saying they do everything right, but at the same time, if you're a boxer that's earning your ranking through merit and what you're doing, you would love the IBF because the IBF, they are the least influenced about major backings. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that they're not influenced by it as well, but you see how the WBC moves and WBA and WB. Like I like Gervonta Tank Davis, but if Tank wasn't Tank, and he fought an exhibition and they wanted him to fight a rematch like the WBA did, they wanted to pursue a rematch, he would have been stripped if it wasn't Tank. But Tank has a big following, so they know that they want their fee, they want the bigger piece of the pie. So it's advantageous for them to keep the money man in the position. Same with Canelo. Why was it if Benavidez was long overdue to be a champion for the WBC, why didn't they strip Canelo and give Benavidez a WBC belt when Canelo quote unquote ducked Benavidez and didn't want to fight him? You saw how fast they stripped Bivol. Is because Benavidez is a bigger cash cow in their eyes than Bivol, but he's not a bigger cash cow than Canelo, so they didn't strip him. So when you recognize those things, then you see the business side of boxing. But the IBF, I feel like the IBF, they're the most fair. Like, they don't really care about the big major backing fighters or the big popular fighters all the time. Like, look at them. They were enforcing Michael Eifert to get his IBF title shot because he's a mandatory against Beterbiev. Who the heck is Michael Eifert? You don't know who that is. You see what I'm saying? So, like, the IBF will do that. They will set the fighters up going through the rankings to get what they deserve, and I think they do it the most. But and so I feel like when a guy like Dan Rafael, I feel like he was going at the IBF kind of excessively, and it wasn't really called for. So I was like, hold on, man, the IBF does it the least. You see what I'm saying? What about how come you didn't call out this WBA move suddenly pushing Pacquiao to the rankings when he hasn't fought in 5 years? What about this WBC move or this guy came out of nowhere and he's all of a sudden ranked number 2? Like, you know what I'm saying? So I feel like the IBF, I feel like, not saying that they aren't a little, they don't go a little overboard by enforcing their mandatories, but at least they give Karen Chukazan an opportunity for a belt. At least they give Lewis Crocker and Patty Donovan, who otherwise wouldn't get a title opportunity probably. At least they made that for a belt since Boots vacated. What other you don't really see the other sanctioned bodies doing it as much. You see what I'm saying? So, but you know what time it is. Daryl Peoples is Roach need to be stripped next if you don't fight. Facts. I agree with that. Well, I ain't gonna say strip. I do think, I don't want to make Lamont Rose sound soft, but I do think he's a victim in this. It's not his fault. He's getting punished for fighting a good fight. You know what I'm saying? So I will give him a little bit more grace, but I will say he does need to fight though. But I do believe him. I think he is moving with sincerity. I really do think he wants a big fight. Yeah, so I'm not gonna hold that against him, but I agree with you though. Yeah, you gotta get some shit popping at 130. Canelo was WBC president at some point, doctor. Yeah, facts, exactly, Pat. But I want to say that though. But if you like, that's what I be talking about with like these pundits and stuff. You cannot selectively and conveniently blame the fighters for fights not happening, but then when you like a fighter, you blame the sanctioning body. Like, I'm not saying that it's 100% the sanctioning body, but they have a pretty big influence, just like your promoter, just like your broadcasting deal, just like you do. So yeah, fighters have a big influence on who they fight next. Well, let me not say fighters. Big fighters like Canelo, Tank, and AJ, I'll say specifically, they have a lot of pull on who they fight next, but even them, they have to follow and adhere to some type of protocol or regulations when they're adhered to. And it's not their fault that they earn their way to a position to where they could do what they want, and the sanctioned bodies don't even want to enforce their rules because they're seeing the cash in the cash cows just like we see them. So I just think that we should, it's fine to say Canelo's not fighting who we want. It's cool to say Tank's not fighting who we want. But let's also say that, okay, bet they're not fighting who we want, then why are they still title holders? That's not their fault. Who the heck is just gonna voluntarily give up a belt? That goes with notoriety, that goes with your legacy. So that's why we have the sanctioned bodies to enforce it, but they don't want to do it administratively. And a lot of these pundits that know better, especially like a guy like Paul Malignaggi, who's been in the game firsthand, that. Why wouldn't you say that? You should. I think it's responsible to mention. It's irresponsible not to mention it. It would be responsible to educate the fans on all aspects of the boxing. Tank told him he ain't want that. He probably was capping though, because he sure ain't vacated. Come on now. But that's the thing though, Tufo. Why? Bro, you saw the interview. I know you saw because you commented on it. Shout out to Tufo. Jorge Linares is a supervisor of the WBA. I asked him that question. I said, are they gonna strip? Dang, I sound like a remix. I asked him, are they gonna strip Tank? He doesn't even know. He's a supervisor of the WBA. He said that President Gilberto Mendoza was going to make a statement. Remember? He said that in an interview. He said that in a couple of weeks, he's going to make a statement. How long ago was that interview? How long ago was that fight? Have you seen a statement from the WBA? That's not Tank's fault. That's the belt holders. That's like giving somebody the MVP and then telling them not to accept the award or to give it away because he mad. like you gonna take the trophy? You know what I'm saying? If you want the trophy back, then you come get it. But shoot, if you gonna give me the trophy, I'm gonna take it. I give Tank more grace than Roach. At least Tank defended his belt this year. Oh, you're saying because technically Roach. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, because his belt wasn't on the line. I got you. That's a good point. That's a good point. I mean, the reason why I say that is just because Roach still has to wait. You know, and I'm not saying that like, oh, Tank is punking him. I'm not even trying to be on that. It's just the laws of the land, right? You know, Roach is not going to get a bigger opportunity than Tank. So he doesn't have to, but he kind of has to wait. You see what I'm saying? Because God forbid you jump at the next opportunity. Let's say hypothetically it's, I don't know, give me somebody at 130. Let's say he has a unification with Emmanuel Navarrete. And then all of a sudden Tank says, hey, I want to fight you now. Now you done locked in with Navarrete and for half the price that you would have got with Tank. So I understand him, you know what I'm saying? I don't really blame him too much. But I get what you're saying too, though, Kendrick. You're right. You have a responsibility as a champion. That's true. I'm with you. Sanctioning bodies don't take responsibility. Come on now. And we don't give them responsibility. We don't hold them accountable either. You know what I'm saying? We just blame the it's like basketball, right? Like when a basketball player wants to get traded to a team, man, you disloyal. You know, you don't care about the fans. You just selfish. But then when a team trades a basketball player in the middle of the layup line, about to start their next game, about to check in, they get traded. They get a tweet saying they were traded. They need the executive board didn't talk to them. They ain't holla at them. They ain't say nothing. They find out, just like me and you find out on Twitter, that they got traded. Nobody says anything about the lack of loyalty from the organization. But the players are supposed to be loyal, though. Come on, bro. It's business. As we do it in other sports, too. Like, we blame the athlete or we blame the face, the more recognizable entity, and we let the ones that are in the background, operating in the background, probably have the more control. We let them slide. Freak that, man. Do what you want, man. Roach holding that thing hostage. And didn't want to fight Shock. That's true. That's true. But again, I give him the benefit of the doubt because if you would have locked in with Shock, then, you know, you won't get the Tank fight. And that is the fight that you want. So I can't hold it against him too much. Me personally. But I understand what you're saying. You and Ty. You and Kendrick. And then Kevin Durant. If I understand, Keyshawn didn't really get penalized for it. What was the actual suspension or penalty for Keyshawn? Remember he got stripped. Remember he got stripped of his belt? Which I personally believe is a sufficient enough punishment. Because at the end of the day, he just missed weight. He didn't test positive for PEDs. He didn't really do anything else. You know, granted, the aftermath was bad. I'm not saying he shouldn't be punished, but we seen people miss weight before and not get punished at all. You know, so he was stripped, rightfully so. I'm not saying what he did was it was a lack of professionalism. He demonstrated a lack of professionalism. It showed irresponsibility. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying don't criticize him or critique him, but like I said, man, his opponent before Baranchyk, which was Gustavo Limos, came in 6 pounds overweight. He didn't get suspended. Ryan Garcia came in 3 pounds overweight. He didn't get suspended. He got suspended for being a cheater. He didn't get suspended for missing weight. So I think sometimes, like I said, Keyshawn Davis should be shamed. And if you want to punish him by stripping him of his belt, cool. But other than that, you know what I'm saying? I think he deserves a second chance. We've seen other people get second chance for doing much worse. So I think he should be punished, and I think we should give him another chance. Now, if he does it again, if he violates again, then I'm done with him. But yeah, but what about the fiasco he did? Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, the aftermath, I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know if he was ever suspended officially. I mean, I know he said he's going to retire, you know, but then he just popped up ranked #1 in the WBO at 140. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if any punishment came with that. You know, that's probably between him and Bob Arum and Carl Moretti in Top Rank, but I didn't hear anything about it. Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at him being punished for that brawl or whatever, halfway brawl. I agree with that, Pat. Should have been punished for the locker room. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I give Roach grace for Tank, but making a fight with Pitbull, I give him no more excuses. Oh, you don't like the Pitbull fight? I like the Pitbull fight. Why don't you like it, Kendrick? I'm about to slide too. I'm hungry, man. We've been on for 4.5 hours. He wasn't punished. Yeah, Ty, I think he should be punished for that. I agree with that. The aftermath, yeah. But the lose the weight part, strip him, that's cool. But the aftermath, I agree. I agree with that. And I don't think he was officially punished. But you don't like, I like the Pitbull fight. Roach and Cruz, I like that fight. Well, why don't you like? I'm curious. He was not punished at all. He issued that. Yeah, that apology was trash. I'm with you on that. That apology. I mean, no, I made a video about that. That apology was trash. But whose apology isn't trash? Like I said, I'm not giving him an excuse. I'm just saying we got to hold everybody to the same standard. You know what I'm saying? Ryan's apology was trash. Whose apology wasn't trash? All their apologies trash. Jaime Munguia has been exonerated since, but his initial apology was trash. Eddie Reynoso's apology for all the fighters that tested positive under his No Boxing No Life brand, that was trash. All that stuff be trash. I'm to the point where I don't even expect any sincerity in the apologies anymore, and that's bad. I like the fight, but he holding that belt, he need to be. Oh, I see what you said. Okay, so him fighting Pitbull, you're right. It won't be for 130. I'd assume it'd probably be at 140 or something. Maybe 135, but I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying. To be stripped for that belt, I got you. Yeah, I can't really offer a rebuttal to that. Black Ops comes out tomorrow. Ooh, I need to get back on that Call of Duty, man. I'll be having fun on Call of Duty. I ain't played Call of Duty in so long. I never really rock with the Black Ops though. I like the Modern Warfares. I wasn't big on Black Ops. I think I only had like 1 or 2 Black Ops. I'm more of a Modern Warfare guy. But chat, I appreciate y'all rocking as always, man. Thank y'all so much. I'm gonna try to fix the animations in the chat. Sorry about that. I don't know what's up. Blame OBS, for their updates and messing up my settings. But shout out to Ty for renewing that membership for the big 10 months at the Masters in Boxing Talk level, man. I appreciate that. That's big boy heat right there. Shout out to D1 renewing his membership for 5 months at the Boxing Talk graduate level. I appreciate that, man. Shout out to George Last Patriot for the $5. Shout out to George for the $2. George for another $2. Shout out to Ty for the $2. Tell the Marcus to put the fries in the bag. It's crazy. Shout out to Tufo with the big hello yellow. $10 on a fellow in the chat, man. I appreciate y'all rocking as always. Don't forget to smack that like button. Be on the lookout for predictions. I'm gonna start doing the predictions, probably dropping them. I'm not gonna say exclusively on the Patreon, but I'll be dropping them early on the Patreon. Then I'll probably do them for sure members only posts for our predictions for upcoming fights and stuff like that, so people could get their bet on. I'm talking about. So because I got a pretty good batting average. I'm talking about when it comes to the predictions. I've been looking a little shaky lately, though. I was wrong with Canelo, Canelo and Bud. I was wrong with that, and I was wrong with something else recently too. I know it. Yeah. I was wrong with Savannah Marshall, Shadeja Green. Shout out to Shadeja Green. I thought Savannah Marshall was gonna get that. But shout out to y'all, man. Appreciate y'all rocking as always, man. Thank y'all for rocking with my way. And let's keep going and growing, man. And whatever you believe in, whatever you want to achieve, you could put your head down and look up. No, don't put your head down and work, but put your head up in faith and look to God. It'll guide you. So, you know what I'm saying? Just believe that whatever dream or vision you have for your life, that's God putting on you what you can achieve. You know what I'm saying? That's his vision that he's showing you ahead of time. So you can do it. You just got to put in the hard work and most importantly, put in the faith. You know what I'm talking about? So I appreciate y'all rocking as always. Don't forget to smack that like button if you haven't done so already. Go check out the last video, the last few videos we dropped. Hit that notification bell as well, so you get notified when we drop another YouTube video. And we do it on the daily, baby. Subscribe. I appreciate y'all. The doctor's out. Peace. We bring the heat. We're moving the culture, the engineers to the streets.